for you. So once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Delhi, Delhi, Delhi. A city where, you know, every street has a story. Every corner has character. And every conversation has just the right amount of tadka. This year, we are diving into a theme that could not be more relevant: building connection in a Barney world, in a landscape that's brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. Delhi stands tall as the perfect backdrop for a city that thrives on chaos, but somehow finds its rhythm as well. Its warmth, its people first pulse. And if there's any place that understands, I'm repeating it again, if there's any place that understands art of connection, it's right here in Delhi. Delhiites, please give a shout out. Delhiites, round of applause. Thank you. But as we move on, remember, don't forget to use our hashtag pitch brand talk through the day. Let's light up those feeds, spark conversations, and make Delhi trend for all the right reasons. Now, when I'm saying this with a heavy heart, heavy lungs. We know what's happening outside. Keep the hashtag flowing, guys. I'm not sure about the air and the breath, but keep the hashtag flowing. Who knows, a little social media magic might just help you snag some goodies before you head home tonight. We also have an exciting quiz lined up, so stay sharp. These are prizes waiting to be claimed. But before we move on, thank you to our partners. Before we dive into the action, let's take a moment to acknowledge our partners. Presenting partner, Laksh Media Group, India's leading integrated advertising agency, building communities and creating impact. Powered by Sakal Media Group, print, television, digital, and events. Gold partners, Vetos, empowering digital landscape, and Segmento, the audience dataverse, and our co-partner, Shamir Tandon's Music Boutique, pioneers in music-based brand solutions. Can we have the presentation, please?
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रांड प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we've also extended our offerings to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify global charts for many months.
King is in the building.
OnePlus Playback is an IP that we created, and we're extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion views and still counting.
Welcome music director of national award winning films like Page 3, Corporate and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
A big thank you to our partners, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause? They have been very supportive. Now, before we start with today's agenda, we'd like to take a moment to honor the legendary Mr. Piyush Pandey, India's finest storyteller, the man who made brands human and ideas immortal. This is a small tribute to Mr. Piyush Pandey, the genius.
Before algorithms ruled attention spans, one man ruled hearts with a dab of glue, a bar of chocolate, and a dash of wit. Piyush Pandey didn't chase virality. He invented it long before hashtags existed. With his passing at 70, an era in Indian advertising comes to an end. A man whose mustache, warmth, and booming voice became as iconic as his ideas. Born in Jaipur, a Ranji Trophy cricketer turned tea taster, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to redefine Indian advertising. He gave us Cadbury's Kuch Khas Hai, Asian Paints Har Khushi Mein Rang Laye, and Fevicol's timeless charm. Ads that spoke our language, our idioms, our heart. He led Ogilvy India to global acclaim, mentored generations, and with his brother Prasoon, became the first Asian to win the Cannes Lion of St. Mark. He was a cultural craftsman who could read India's heartbeat like few others. Among his many creations was one of the country's most iconic political slogans, Ab ki baar Modi Sarkar, a phrase that went beyond campaigns to become part of everyday conversation. Yet, for Piyush Pandey, advertising was never just about politics or profit. It was about people, about forging a connection, about making every viewer seem seen and understood. And though his voice has fallen silent, his presence endures in every Fevicol holding that draws a smile, in every Cadbury moment that reminds us of love and togetherness, in every clever line that still makes us chuckle. That is Piyush Pandey, still speaking to us, still touching hearts. Piyush Pandey didn't just make ads, he made memories. His laughter, his stories, his India will live on in every line that makes us smile, in every ad that feels like home. A legend who never signed off, only signed on forever. We will always miss you, Piyush.
The man who didn't study advertising but defined it. Farewell to the man who taught India to trust its own voice and gave the world timeless campaigns that celebrate our collective spirit. A round of applause to the man, the genius, the legend, Piyush Pandey. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off things with a leader who's championed India's media and marketing evolution with clarity and big picture thinking. Please join me in welcoming, with a welcome note, Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media Group.
Dheeraj, and apologies for a delayed start. I'll keep it very quick and crisp since some of the speakers are already here waiting and they have engagements through the day. So welcome to the latest edition of Pitch Brand Talk. This is our initiative that gets marketers in a room to talk about what's happening in the marketing world. I remember 20 or so years back, Paul Polman, the then chairman of Unilever, was in India, and we curated a conference with him. And the VUCA world was a brand new term at that time. Volatility, uncertainty, and so on. And today, that VUCA world has morphed into the conference theme today. How do you build connections in a Bani world? These terminologies seem intimidating, but many marketers today are kind of doing fantastic work to what you call is the term of the decade: brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. That's kind of a tongue twister, but many marketers are making sense, are able to comprehend what's happening with audiences. As you will see through the agenda today, AI is one of the big theme points, how AI is going to change marketing. We all talk about the last 20 years have been the growth of digital. We have all been heavy users of search and content consumption online, and today the evolution of AI engines is really going to transform marketing as well as advertising at a scale that we experienced with the advent of internet. So AI is one big theme. How do you, in this changing environment, decode consumer preferences? How as the theme itself talks about, an anxious consumer, a consumer who's brittle, who's jumping platforms today. When you talk to a media owner, they don't look at competition coming from their direct category. They talk about competition, the so-called share of wallet concept that was created by FMCG companies. People are spending time online on various things. We have a fantastic set of marketers today. We kick off the day with Ms. Ruchira Jaitley of Diageo. I'd like a big round of applause for her. She's been waiting here since morning. The Chief Marketing Officer of Diageo India. We have brands like Policy Bazaar, Vertos, SWHL. We have Udit Malhotra after that, the head of marketing of MG Group, a company that has redefined car consumption, car habits in India. Then we have Ajay Gupta of Capital Foods. I'm sure many of you have seen the latest 9-minute content ad they've created, content ad, whatever that means, with Ranbir Kapoor, the owner of Capital Foods, the founder and managing director. And we also have marketers from Fresh Food, Mastercard, Tanishq, Aviva Life Insurance, Uniqlo, Swiss Beauty, Pernod Ricard. So Dabur, Nestle, the whole day is full of variety of marketers across categories who will talk about how they are trying to tame this beast of what we call the Bani world today. Post the conference, we have our annual Pitch 30 Under 30 Marketing Awards. I'd suggest for many of you to be part of that. These are young marketers who are making who just started a career in marketing, and many of them are the CMOs of the future. Followed by that is our annual Digital Publisher Awards called DigiOne. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to a session of insightful learnings, insightful presentations by the marketers, and look forward to also interacting with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ahuja, and that was a rousing start that reminds us why more than ever it is the time for marketeers to embrace change with courage and creativity. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the day with our spotlight address. Mr. Ahuja did little mention about Ruchira, so I have to ask you guys, I hope you are in high spirits. As we welcome on stage Ruchira Jaitley, Chief Marketing Officer, Diageo India, an experienced marketer who has played a pivotal role in building leading consumer brands over the last 25 years. Ruchira leads marketing and innovation for Diageo's award-winning alcohol and beverage portfolio, a strong advocate of responsible drinking. Now, Ruchira takes us into the adaptive era, agility, always on engagement, and evolving consumer trends. Give a round of applause for Ruchira Jaitley, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Yeah. Hi. First of all, congrats, Naval. What a fantastic lineup today. And I think in terms of the subject for today, it's absolutely on the ball. I don't have a clicker, so I do now. Okay, great. Thank you. This is not meant to be a lengthy session. I'm sure there's a time, etc., that we have to get to. When I was told about the Bani world, which I think is a very interesting concept, the fact is that everything that we do as brands and as businesses has to then talk with an agility like never before. Because in a Bani world, if things are non-linear, if they're incomprehensible, then think about it. What are those plans that you've made 3 months ago, right? So I'm going to talk about how do we build culturally agile brands. I come from a category that's all about culture and playing in culture. A disproportionate amount of our thinking and our budgets and our executions are experiential. So a lot of it is about the context where the consumer is experiencing the brands and not just a piece of communication. And therefore, I'm really happy to share some of the examples as well by the end of this session of where we have demonstrated agility, which you wouldn't have seen maybe in this category 5 or 6 years ago. And that's because the attention economy has collapsed. Naval spoke about it, right? What's competition looking like? Where is it coming from? It's coming from all over. The world is not just flat, it's constantly changing. And if there is very little attention you can guarantee, it's because today the consumer is not giving brands a window. It's true. As much as they may love my brands like Johnnie Walker, they are not giving us the attention we want or we think we should get. And so in which case, really, how do you even start to look at getting attention from consumers and to participate in their world, really? Because look at this. 50% of communication has absolutely zero impact. And this is a study not from my own media partners, but by a different media house called Havas Media, right? 50%, yeah? People are scrolling at the speed of light, yeah? 6.5 posts per second, more than 10,000 messages a day between Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Threads, or X, Threads, you name it. And then there's WhatsApp and everything that brands are doing to engage on with consumers on WhatsApp. The sad part is, for people like me, 77% of brands could vanish today from the world and consumers wouldn't miss them. Think about it, right? It's a huge existential threat, huge. And in that world, brands becoming wallpapers on your desktop or getting into, just static, immovable thoughts, purpose, positioning, branding, completely irrelevant. Who cares? You'll be safe, yes, but you'll also be very, very forgettable. And if you're forgettable as a brand, if you don't have any awareness, you're dead, right? So that's really the world that I am facing as a marketer. Very, very different, by the way, from when I started as a brand manager. My media plan was all about understanding how many spots I could get of advertising on Chayageet and Chitrahar. That world doesn't even exist anymore, right? I mean, we used to really jockey and say, boss, mera ek spot, wo bhi break ke baad. That used to be the height of achievement as a brand manager. So in this world where brands are getting more and more forgettable, how do you adapt? And agility is all about adapting, yeah? So it's a whole new operating system. There was a time when agility was an operational advantage. Kal mujhe ek sponsorship proposal mila, tomorrow I will go out and execute. Agility is not about adapting to, or an operational piece. Agility is now a weapon. For my team, for my brands, it's a weapon. Am I more agile in sensing everything that's happening around in this brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible world, right? And therefore, as a brand, you cannot be outpaced by a consumer. It cannot be that the consumer has moved ahead and as a brand, you're still talking about something that happened 6 months ago. Consumers today and their interests, everything that they want to engage with, their cycles are now shifting much faster than our ability to create that perfect piece of advertising. It doesn't happen anymore. You'll take 6 months to create advertising. The whole context you've created on doesn't exist anymore. So what are you going to do? How are you going to engage with people? One message for everyone doesn't work. Each one of us want brands to appreciate us for who we are, right? Equally, agility is also the reason why some brands will survive and other brands will die. Yeah, we've all got the old stories of the past, right? Why Xerox died, it didn't adapt. Why printers died, they didn't adapt. Yeah, all kinds of brands that did not adapt to the world today. But today, brands are fading. It's not like they don't exist anymore. They've faded from attention. I still remember the name Xerox. It's still a great brand name. But people don't even understand and don't even remember your brands. So that's the world that we have to fix. And plus, in this world, signals are becoming more important than a positioning platform on a focus group that happened 3 months ago. How many of you have attended focus groups over here? How many people? Okay, just one person. That's interesting. The signals you get from social media, the signals that you get from various other, cultural contexts are today becoming far more important than a piece of consumer research. And therefore, there is a big shift. So we're going to an engagement economy. None of this is new news for us. It is about engagement. The difference is it is not just about getting attention. Engagement goes way beyond, right? And engagement is the way in which you connect with your consumer in a given context, in a given situation. So it goes from attention, which is the attention economy, to interaction, which is co-creation, collaboration. These are words you've heard of before, never been more important. From one-time transactions to relationships. I know all of us hate, absolutely hate that point where we get that message on WhatsApp to say, thank you for buying and connect with us here, right? So what do you do in a time when it has to move to a relationship? But you know what? Consumers possibly do not want a broadcast message. They don't want a message that's the ultimate broadcast going to every single consumer who's bought something. They want a dialogue. They want to know, so you just bought XYZ face oil, right? I'm making it up, guys. What about, have you ever thought of a regime that consists of 1, 2, 3? Or tell us about the brands or the products you have. So a friend of mine narrated this incident a couple of weeks ago. She said she came back from traveling and she felt like her skin had, got badly sunburnt. And she decided she didn't want to buy anything. So she took a picture of all the products that she had on her shelf and posted it to AI, right? ChatGPT. And asked, what skincare regime could I follow for a sunburn using the products that I have? Obviously, the prompt was a little more sophisticated than that. It actually came back with a nice regime. She used all the products she had. She did not have to go to a dermatologist. That's how the world of brands and brands messaging is being disrupted by something like AI. Try it sometime. For all of those who've got all of these products in your cupboard, pull them all out, put them on a shelf and say, what's the regime I can follow with these products? Okay, she probably had a lot of products in her shelf, but that's a different story, right? So in which case, how as a brand, are you going to continue to engage and to dialogue with consumers if AI can take the mickey out of any algorithm that you're following? So it is about deeper meaning. And it's not about being fast. It's not about being present everywhere. It's not about being visible everywhere. Plus, it's not about a trend. A lot of people think agility is about hijacking a trend. There's a trend, there's a video, there's a viral moment, there's a song that's really hitting the top of the charts. That's not agility. Agility actually is way beyond hijacking a trend because that's going to give you a short-term spike. And that's great, but that could also be a significant waste of media and resources, right? Because when the song is trending, that's when it's the most expensive asset to buy or to associate with. So agility is proactive. It's not reactive. And proactive in terms of more than speed, it's precision, it's strategic, and also very emotionally sticky. Yeah. So we don't like to chase moments in Diageo. We are not going to be the people who are going to come to you and say, hey, listen, latest song, put this for me. Latest singer, put this for me. And let me give you some examples. Day of the Dead is a cultural moment in Mexico. Can you think of a single part of India where we celebrate the dead? Zero, right? हम राम जी का जन्मदिन हम मनाते हैं, right? हम कोई मरण दिवस नहीं किसी का हम मनाते. In fact, we have a very opposite idea of what you do, which is culturally very relevant. How do you do a cultural moment like Day of the Dead? You bring it alive through experientials. You bring it alive through partnerships. You take it into outlets across the country. But then you also make it culturally relevant in India. So we did it with marigolds, which are, by the way, a part of Mexican culture as well. And we created beautiful altars. We reinterpreted what it meant to celebrate the Day of the Dead. So think of a day when you look back to all the people who are no longer with you, and you're actually thinking of them with love and affection and celebrating their life. Celebrating someone's life, that we do as Indians, because we have very strong associations with them. We still did it in a very, very authentic way, right? We still did it with the bread of the dead. If you can believe it, it's actually called that, pan de muerto. Very, very tasty bread. We still did it with cocktail experiences from Lair and Casa Paradox, which are on the top bars in the country. We did it in Mukesh Mills, by the way, which has a reputation of being slightly haunted. Yeah. And then we called some of the most influential people in Bombay to come and party there, closed, guest listed only. And we celebrated through the night. And then we took it in micro events across the country. You'll ask me, what's agile? What's agile is making this cultural relevant. It's not about taking something and copy paste and get it going. Is it adaptation? I think it goes further than that. The cocktails were inspired by Mexico, but had a taste of India, right? So agility is the ability to be strategic at the same time to actually put the right kind of engagement and interaction. And the kind of media and the reach we got is way beyond what we wanted on brand on Julio. It was a moment that everybody wanted to be a part of and be engaged in, right? That 250 million. The other piece on agility, on Johnnie Walker, Black Label. Everyone claims, I know what Black Label is. My father drank it for years. What's the big deal? Actually, they don't know what Black Label is about, because Black Label has a flavor profile that's unlike any other. And that is a challenge for us, that people will start assuming they know everything about a brand. And Johnnie Walker is, of course, a 200-year-old brand. So think about it. If everyone comes and says, I know all about your brand, I don't need to know more, we're in deep trouble. We partnered with the top 50 bars. And this, by the way, started just about 4 to 5 weeks ago, right? Where we've partnered with the top 50 bars across the country. And we've gone in and we've let them create custom menus. Because if you go to a top bar in India today, or a top hotel, and go and tell them that this is how you will serve Johnnie Walker Black Label, they'll say, but why will my consumer come here? Why will they not step out and go to the next bar on the street, right? If everyone is delivering exactly the same experience. So imagine tailoring your experiences. And we called it whiskey experiments, because we want people to have fun, to engage, and what happens when there's a different flavor or a different taste? You look at it and say, I've never tried this before. What's this about? What's this new flavor? Can I try it? Can I make something different out of it? So whiskey experiments actually has done really well for us, because in a short period of time, you've got conversations going. Conversations about a brand that people thought they already knew about, right? And that is the agility that you've put in. So agility is not trend jacking. Yeah, it is all about reinterpreting and evolving your brand to the context. The largest whiskey in the world. What will someone tell you about this? Friendship Day. Everyone's been through it. Everyone's given roses or eclairs or chocolates or whatever they want to their friends, right? We actually took it out of a normal context and placed it on a plane in the sky. That's not agile. That's been done before. What we created was a friendship jam between some of the best and most loved musicians. And then all the content that came off it, it was on air across media, across social media platforms and otherwise, in ways that were surprising. So what was agile about it? We didn't know what content's going to come out of it. We didn't know what the song is going to be about. We didn't know what the conversations will be about. We didn't know what the anecdotes would be. Ke mera dost ye hai, nahi wo hai. When was it? So all that we did was we set up a beautiful environment. Whatever we got out of it, we piped it out and followed it up with the same artists in various concerts, then talking about what they did, right? And how creative they could be together in a room. That was agile, because on a brand like McDowell's, which is the largest whiskey in the world, and the only brand from India, to make it to the top 20 most valuable brands in the world, as per Kantar, most valuable brands in the world for Alcobev, right? It's right up there with Guinness and Johnnie Walker in the world. We don't take risks. This is not about doing something that's cheap and cheerful for a short spike. This is a brand that's very, very valuable to our business. So that's what we did there. And finally, on Royal Challenge. Everyone thinks Royal Challenge packaged water is all about IPL. It's not. It is about engaging with people where they are, right? So we've actually shifted the brand activation universe, because we do not want to be on the field. We do not want to be in stadiums where there will be different kinds of audiences who may not be legal drinking age and above. So we took it to a place where we could get verified data on legal drinking age and above. By the way, this is water. We still only talk to consumers who are legal drinking age and above. But we also took it and brought it alive in a new universe, in a new language of engagement, and actually bringing alive what the brand did in terms of making bold choices and how you can make it happen. The coolest thing that's happened today, when I opened my Insta feed, was seeing Smriti talking about her engagement. I don't know how many of you have seen her engagement announcement. She just epitomizes this brand in so many ways. and she's the brand ambassador for this particular beverage. The engagement we got is way ahead of what you would get for any TV campaign, even if there was Virat Kohli or Smriti Mandhana on it, right? Because it's conversational. And the reach, of course, is large enough. But reach is easy, guys. We can all buy reach. In conclusion, agility is not a tactic. Dealing with this non-linear, incomprehensible world is a reality, and it is a mindset. And that mindset is something that is going to set you up as marketers for success. If you don't, you are going to be caught more often than not in a world where consumer attention is not something that you will get. And therefore, I hope I have got your attention to this matter, to paraphrase what's a trending phase right now on X at least. Attention is valuable. Consumer engagement is becoming more and more rare. I wish you all the best on your journey to making it a fruitful, engaging growth journey for your brands. Thank you. And I did stay with my time as well. So yes.
Ruchira, I want you, thank you for the spotlight address, but please don't leave your spotlight. And ladies and gentlemen, when the day begins with the mention of iconic alcohol brands, you know it's going to be a memorable and an eventful day. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Vijay Shinde, Business Head, Virtuos, to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Ruchira Jaitley. Ruchira Jaitley, everybody. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Ruchira. Now it's time for a dialogue discussion, and I love the topic, and I'm very excited to hear from our speakers. You know, what's that one thing and the biggest challenge for marketeers today? Understanding and making sense of Gen Z. And it's not just Gen Zs. Generation Alpha is also emerging as a cohort, with the oldest being now 14 to 15 years. So in our next session, we try to understand how Gen Z and Gen Alpha are rewriting the rules of marketing driven by purpose, personalization, and emotional resonance in an increasingly digital world. Please welcome on stage Mr. Nikhil Sareen, co-founder Cubo. Mr. Nikhil, please come up on stage. Neeti Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Spark Foundry India. Neeti. Pravesh Sharma, General Manager, North and East Business Head, Sakal Media Group. I'd also like to please request everyone, aapki picture ke according, aap please baithiyega. Nikhil, Neeti, Pravesh. Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, PolicyBazaar.com. And steering this conversation ahead is Mr. Vijay Shinde, Business Head, Virtuos. Hoping for an interactive dialogue discussion. Gen Next, decoding the mindset of tomorrow's consumer. Over to you, Vijay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lovely day today. So we are going to discuss the panel today, the Gen Zs, Generation Next, the Gen Z decoding the mindset of tomorrow's consumers. So thanks E4M team for a chair session. So we would like to have a quick discussion about Gen Zs, how they think, how they fit themselves with the campaigns, how they react, right? So we would like to start the session. So before the session, we would like to give a small introduction of our panelists. So I have designed some introduction of the panelist. Mr. Nikhil Sarin, co-founder of Cubo, a leader building India's next generation smart device IoT solutions, Nikhil. Make in India, we are very proud of it. Right? Niti Kumar, CEO, Niti Kumar, CEO of India Spark. Yeah. So Niti, CEO of India Spark Foundry, the group of publicists, driving one of the most future-ready media agency, blending startup with agility with publicity scale. Pravesh Sharma, GM Northern East Sakal Media, a strong voice from one of the India's most trusted regional media network. And Sai, CMO of Policy Bazaar, a marketing leader transforming the way young India understand buyers in. So this is a small introduction of our panelists. Let's explore some ideas, how the things being. So we will have a mixed views from the brands, from the agency, from the technologies. So let's start the conversation. So my first question to Nikhil. Nikhil, identity and the product design. Young consumer buy products that reflect who they are, their style, values, and personality. How Cubo is designing product that help users express their identity without brand looking, maybe is irrelevant for them or forced.
Sure. Thanks, Vijay. Thanks everyone for having me. I think great question, right? So today's consumers they really value the kind of product, the design, and it has to fit into their life, right? You can't force a product down their throat and ask them to make it fit into their lifestyle. So I think when we design any product, we try and keep it minimalistic. We try and actually make it start with the routine, right? So a customer may use a smart camera for a totally different purpose versus some other other customer, right? Or maybe the lock that they use it could have a different routine centered around it, right? So I think what we try and do is let the routine of the user sort of define how it fits into their identity, and while doing that also keep it as minimal so that it can just fit into their room. It doesn't have to appear as a smart product sitting out there, and it just blends with their lifestyle, right? So I think that's what we do when we sort of design any product.
Nice. Over to Niti. Niti, so being a Publicis group, it's a leader. It's Publicis. It's a multinational company with their expertise. So some tagline like startup speed plus Publicis scale, spark and agility plus global power, which you have. How does this mix helps you to create better campaigns for Gen Zs?
Yeah, no, thanks, Vijay, and thank you, everyone. I think this is a hot topic nowadays. How do we actually crack Gen Z and communicate to them in the kind of language and ethos that they are comfortable with or what they find authentic? So I think at Publicis and now with the newly launched agency Spark Foundry, we are spending a lot of time investigating and trying to understand Gen Zs, because let's be honest, none of us are Gen Zs, right? At least I speak for myself, right? I'm not. So it does, and like every generation, right? You find things different. So to actually kind of get into them, so there's a lot of research that we do through digital mapping through setting up products like connected identity, which is a kind of Publicis proprietary solution that helps us understand consumers' buying behavior based on actual transaction history, right? So all of that helps us decode the way Gen Zs are thinking about products, buying products, and this then informs our campaigns. And one of the new things that we've kind of started doing, it's not just about media. I think I heard Ruchira say earlier that, buying reach is easy. It's what you are saying. So 80% of the conviction is on the message, right? So how is the creative message working alongside media backed by data insights? I think that's a critical one to crack for all brands. So we are doing it for brands like Meta, Spotify, PepsiCo, all of that. Right? So there are a lot of kind of rich learnings there, which is actually helping us build it.
That's good, good. Yeah. Over to you, Pravesh. So evolving content consumption is this question ideation. So Gen Z consumers newly differently, how Sakal is adapting content formats for the short attention span and digital first behavior for Sakal.
Yeah, thank you, Vijay, and good morning to all of the viewers here. Sakal is almost 92 years old publication, a reputed publication. Most of the people living in the best part of the country knows about the newspaper. So it becomes a challenge for, the old 92 years newspaper to change over the years and be suitable for the Gen Z generation. Because this Gen Z are not the consumer of news. They just navigate. You may agree with me, because they just navigate. They don't consume it. They don't believe it until unless they see it. They have to be a source to it. So what we as a publication do it, we normally fix up with the pictures or relevant stories, the snippets, because they don't want to go into the long traditional huge stories and data or lot of data, because their timeline for the news is very small. So they want to gather through the the headlines of the newspaper. If the headlines is catchy, and if it is sound relevant to this mass for the Gen Z, they go for it. So we design the picture. We do create a story in it is in the form of storytelling that can navigate into their mind that what we are talking of. You may have a best example of when this Pahalgam attack happened. So there was a picture on a front page. That was a bad picture on that day, but that picture tells the whole story what has happened on that particular day. So that what the Gen Z reflect and understand the story without being reading the whole story. The paper was in a black, this thing, the picture says the whole story about it. So this is how it's a challenge to us, but we are creating a story in the sense that it may suit to the new generation, and we are adapting to the digital age. That's
Pravesh. Coming to Sai, Sai, see, policy is definitely is the people are buying from the ages, right? Like the millennials, like bloomers and all. This question to you is like insurance for younger audience. Insurance to be used later in life decisions, but Gen Z is starting financial planning much earlier as of now. How Policybazaar is making insurance relevant, simple, and adapting for them?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Check. Yeah. So thank you, Vijay, for the question, and good morning, all. I think the entire conversation these days is a lot of conversations around Gen Z. How do you target them? What do you, and we refer to them as if they are come from a different planet, but they are living amongst us. So it's no rocket science, to be honest. But there is a slight different in mindset for the marketers that need to happen in terms of approaching them, especially when it comes to insurance. So a lot of times what happens is that we tell that Gen Zs have a very short attention span. So they are too much into reels. They're short attention span, but I would like to say that it's not short attention span. It is a content piece need to be relevant within 8 seconds. So if you flip the problem statement around, so then you can actually understand their mindset. If you catch their attention in 8 seconds, if you are relevant to them in 8 seconds, so then at least then they will invest in you. Because what recently we did a study around understanding Gen Z, what kind of insurance products they buy. In that, one thing which came across very, very clearly was they need to be engaged. They need to be engaged. They need to be spoken to in a much simpler and easy language. And amongst all the product that we sell, health insurance came out to be was quite their top of mind, in the top of mind. So one of the most important things that, by the virtue of being a digital company, we anyway, Gen Zs are born after the digital explosion in India. So therefore, search on Google, search on different LLMs. It comes by default to this generation. So our approach is that how can we just serve them content which is easy, simple, and we can engage them in a much easier way. So once you do that, then they will invest in your brand for a longer period of time. Else, if you try the old school methods of traditional marketing or traditional way of communicating, they might not invest. So the approach needs to be slightly different. But again, we should not approach it like they are a completely different beast. We try and do some. So what they definitely don't like is they're not trying to be unnecessarily cheeky, or just talk to them in their language, and you can catch their attention.
Over to you, Nikhil. See, Bharat, right? Make in India. So we should be proud of all the products which is definitely make in India. So this is a really proud moment for us. So the context is Make in India innovation. Today, Make in India has become a point of pride. As I said, how do you see Indian tech brands shaping the future of India's digital lifestyle, and how the Cuba is contributing to the build a strong Indian tech identity?
Sure, I think very interesting question, right? So I think traditionally, if you look at consumer technology brands, right, most of them typically used to just import hardware from China and just sort of market it to the Indian consumer, right? And maybe going back 5 years, we realized that if you have to really build a strong brand, that won't work. And the reason it won't work is because if you rely on both hardware and software to come from an overseas country, you really have no control on the kind of brand and the experience you're building, right? So we said very clear that if you have to build something here, it has to be made in India. We also understand that building hardware today probably is still not possible. So that still obviously comes from China for most of the brands. But keeping the hardware aside, the entire tech stack, right? Be it your app, be it the firmware, be it the cloud, which essentially determines how strong or how interesting the product is. I think that's what we've built ground up over the last 5 years, right? So a fair share of investments gone in, into just designing that whole ecosystem for India, and nobody had done that before, right? And what that helps with, it helps us solve for Indian use cases and Indian problems, right? I'll give you a small example, right? Today, everyone's talking of the air quality. All of the air purifiers that everyone uses today, they just come from China. All of them have been made for global sort of pollution problems, right? Which is not even remotely close to what we're seeing in India. And nobody has really solved for that, right? So that's where we went deeper and we tried to really build a product, build technology. So what we've done, I'll give you small examples, right? We've integrated the AQI into your app itself, and it tells you what the AQI outside is and what the AQI inside your home is, right? Second, if the AQI is high, it'll turn on the purifier on its own, right? Now, all of these things can only be done when you sort of own the technology stack in India, right? So I think that's why we're immensely proud that we've built all of this, completely in India, and we continue to do so. And I think with the government support now, with all of the BIS coming in, I think in the next few years you will see a lot of the hardware stuff also being made in India. So I think that's the journey that most consumer tech brands today are on.
Thank you, Nikhil. Coming to Niti, the context of this question is startup speed and publicist. Oh, sorry, peer influence and versus ads, right? Today, creators influence more than ads. How can brands stay authentic and trusted in the peer-driven world?
Yeah, that's a very interesting and very relevant question. I think every brand today is thinking through how can the whole creator, influencer ecosystem be leveraged, right? Because look at all of us in the room. I mean, I'm sure if I do a poll, how many people watched TV last night versus I ask how many people were on Instagram or YouTube kind of scrolling, I'm sure the second one will get more hands up, right? So I think today, if we want to reach out, I mean, it's not just this particular one, I think it's not just about the next generation, it's also about everybody, right? How do you bring the whole influencer piece and make it a part of your channel mix? You know, in those olden days, TV, we used to figure how do you add a digital to a TV and a print and so on. Now it's about how do you add the incrementality and make everything digital first, influencer first. So there are a lot of kind of instances where the message itself, harking back to what Sai was saying also, it has to be about the content being engaging. There has to be something that makes your kind of thumb stop. It's not just about signing up an army of influencers, yeah? So figuring out what your consumer really wants to hear, what makes the message more authentic through tools, through just understanding. Sometimes it's just about making sure that you chat enough. So I'll give you an example. For one of our clients, we were launching a bike, right? And bike launches have, auto launches have a kind of fairly proven template, right? You do Pravesh, those big jacket ads and half-page ads and everything, plus your TV cam. We launched this bike through an influencer handle. It was treated like an invite only, and it was a gaming influencer, not an auto influencer, right? The bike sold out in 2 days. So the target that they had in terms of bookings was met in 2 days because this guy put it out that, okay, this is invite only for my followers first, right? Because there's obviously a huge overlap between hardcore gamers and, bike riders. So that's the way we really need to think if we want to connect with Gen Z audiences and get influencers working for us. It's unfortunately not a simple Excel template, but needs a lot of creative thinking on the back of it.
Lovely, lovely. Coming to Pravesh, trust in media, very big content. So being Sakal, definitely it's a very old, publisher, a network, I may say. Your youth trust peers more than traditional media, right? How can publishers like Sakal rebuild the credibility with a young audience?
That's a very interesting question, actually, and this is what we discuss in our, meetings and internal meetings and outside. How to cope up with this thing. So just to, as you all know, Sakal is a almost 92 years newspaper, and we have a good authentic news. But the thing changes, and what I have both Gen Z and my Gen X both are in my home. So what the Sakal has done, so I can just correlate with my family itself. So earlier it was only a newspaper, then the newspaper demand goes down, and then it comes to the education for kids. Then we have launched a newspaper called NIE, newspaper in education, that was going to the schools and all. Then when the education reading gone down, to cater the new audience, we have a television launch called Sam TV. So which is doing quite well in the Maharashtra market. It is open to air. Going further to that, once the television also reached to the stagnant stage, and to build a trust, we move to the digital world. We have eSakal, and we develop the things where it can correlate with the newspaper, because Sakal is anyway carrying the authenticity and the trustworthiness of almost 92 years. So we correlate the things with the digital things. So we run the almost the same campaigns what we run in television. We get the campaign for this, and it is make more relevant for the people and the young generation, because they can't believe it. They need the source from where the news has come from. Until unless they find the source to be authentic, they don't believe it. Presently, today, while coming for this thing, I was not aware. I was not aware about Smriti Mandhana. But in the while coming back, I just look at my phone. I can see that Smriti Mandhana got engaged. So that is a digital audience which is capturing the whole news world actually. So we need to be doing it, and we are investing a huge lot on a digital era on this. So we are having whole long media relevant news running on the digital part. So this is what the new generation is looking for this, and we are adapting and changing accordingly to the brand.
Yeah, thank you, Pravesh. Sai, co-creation with Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. Definitely Gen Alpha will be a more challenging, generation, because see, we always see Gen Zs we are able to answer these questions, but Alphas are next level. They are 10 years ahead of us, right? So young users don't only want to buy, they want to participate and influence. How policymakers are evolving them in the shaping products, communications, and overall experience?
So to be honest, Gen Alpha is yet not in the insurance fold, so we need not worry much. But of course, they can be a spokesperson for the category. But talking about the entire, how can we co-create with this entire new generation is pretty much simple. I think one of the most important things about insurance is that unlike any other category, when you buy insurance, you actually don't get anything. So you would have never seen a Gen Z taking a photo with a copy of the insurance they have bought and upload it on social media, but they do it with their new car or any new accessory they would have bought. So because there is no product. So how do you sell a product to a Gen Z, make them feel excited about it, or at least talk to and make them talk about the category? The only touch point is which is the product truth about insurance, which is the claims. So if a brand is able to, if we are able to give them the confidence that they have bought the right product, and when they require it, they will get the claim. So then it will then they will definitely invest in it. Like for example, we are doing this entire new campaign around explaining overall audience, not just Gen Zs, including Gen Zs and millennials, and the overall audience, why is it important to buy right? Like for example, a lot of times when you are buying health insurance, there are very small mistakes that consumers do, and which they realize later, and it creates a lot of friction. That at sometimes they just miss declaring their pre-existing diseases, or they don't tell that they've been smokers in the past. So there are small mistakes like this they do. So we recently started a campaign where we said that what are the reasons because of which your claim can get rejected. How to ensure that it doesn't. So there are snippets like that, and we also work a lot with influencers to actually talk about the category. So if you look at, overall our advertising strategy, it is largely category creation. And by the virtue of being the one-stop destination to compare insurance, so people end up coming to Policybazaar, but we are in the business of developing the category, not just the brand. So therefore, we want them to invest in the category. So once they invest and understand the category, then there is no stopping. They would pass on the message to the next generation. So if we crack Gen Z, I think Gen Alpha will fall in place.
Lovely, lovely. Nikhil, over to you. So basically, from smart device to emotionally intelligent device. See, everyone knows AI is playing a very important role. So being in Virtuos also, we are a global AI, MadTech and Cloud Tech. We are offering a lot of products to the brands. When we meet brands, when we meet agencies, when we meet all like Sai and all the leaders and the aggregators, we talk about audience, we talk about behaviors, we talk about different things, like all behavioral talks. I mean, how audience react to the campaigns, because that era is gone, that you're blankly shooting in campaign and you're getting leads or getting sale. Here now, more important part with every brand, every agencies, every service provider, every network is how you capture the right audience. So this question to you, young users expect products that understand them, not just a smart, but emotionally intelligent. How Kubo using AI to create device that can sense behavior, predict needs, and fit naturally into users' daily lives.
Sure. So I think honestly, AI is at the center of what almost everyone's doing today, right? So it's not something which is just recently come up, right? I think everything we've built over the last few years has always kept AI at the center. So I'll give you a few examples. If we talk about smart cameras, right now, if you remember one of the leading brands, CP Plus, right? One of their campaigns used to be "Upar wala sab dekh raha hai." Right? I think we've gone one step beyond that, and we say that not just, we don't just record, but we also protect you, right? So you don't want your camera at home just to be recording. You don't want to go back and then, skim through 3 hours of recording to tell you that whether something happened, right? You need AI to step in and tell you that, hey, there's an intruder who tried to, break in. The camera should fire a loud siren to stop him. And maybe even if it's an outdoor camera, throw a spotlight to scare him away and send him off, right? So I think that's how AI has to be used to sort of, target that emotional angle, which is important for every customer, right? Be it a mother at home, be it, a parent who shares at home. So we have things like, baby cry detection in the cameras. So just using AI to, do the most, most obvious things, but the most important things as well, right? I think that's what has sort of helped us, build that emotional sort of attachment with the customer.
Thank you. Coming to Nidhi, using data in AI, Gen Z's changed very fast, right? How is Spark Foundry using AI to understand their behavior in real time, actually?
Yeah, that's a good one, because I think one of when it comes to agencies, right? I think we see AI at the moment being super effective in two ways, right? One is speed, like Vijay's question says, and the second is efficiency, right? So I won't touch upon the efficiency, that's the boring part. But when it comes to speed, right? So let's look at the life of a media planner. Let's say he gets a brief that lands from a client, let's say addressing Gen Z, Gen Alpha. How do you go about really quickly understanding what they do, right? So we've actually used AI to build products that save a lot of time on inciting. Otherwise, what would you do? You'd maybe have to call some Gen Z, do a focus group. You'd have to go dig into your data, do some internet research. So we've built a product called Buzz AI, which uses AI to actually crawl all databases across the internet. And it works like a chat GPT works, right? So you type your questions and it keeps giving you insights at a granular level. So that saves a lot of time, and it is an instant generation, right? So you want you need to get your communication and solutions out really quickly as well. So that's one example, Vijay, of how we've used AI.
Lovely, lovely. Pravesh, very interesting. Regional plus digital power. The content of your question. Context of, sorry. Regional content is booming. How Sakal is combining regional strength with digital innovation to attract Gen Zs?
Very relevant questions in today's world. We are the trusted newspaper. We've been long in this business, coming from the political family of India, and the newspaper come from the big political family from this India, and adapting to this AI driven, we promote our AI, but in a different fashion. I will just explain you how. Once you all read the newspaper is there, you have read the newspaper. But if you find the same story in the digital world, the next generation wouldn't find it interesting. So we keep it short and simple with all authentic and the sources given over there. And the next level, in case we want to dig more into it, the QR code or the microsite is there to have the full-fledged story, because now there is the generation as very fast moving, and they, as Sai said, they have just 7 seconds to catch the hold of what they want to and don't want to have. So we have a microsite to it. In case they find it more interesting, we can do it. So we at Sakal have driven a different regional paper where we have choices of going into the we have a Mathrin called for the section for ladies. It is have a microsite also. The same thing we have is for tech people, because Gen Z and Gen X have this thing, tech this thing. So we have a tech supplement over there. We have evolved over it. We have gone to the digital era. We have added QR code. Even what Niti was taking earlier, it was jacket used to give the full response for the advertising. Now it has gone. We have one creative from Bajaj, which was if you just scan to that logo, you can see the motorcycle running on the whole page. So that was a new AI thing which happened on the this thing, and we were the first publication, regional publication, we carried that advertisement. So that is how we are coping and keeping the record of it.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think we are short of time. We'll quickly AI for intelligent insurance. That is the context of his questions. With AI predicting needs and the risk, what is your vision of intelligent insurance system that helps customer even before they ask for the help?
Yeah, so I think look, AI is no more a buzzword. So it's pretty much integrated and embedded in everything that we do. So a couple of quick examples that I can share how we are trying to use that to our effect, and to engage with this audience is pretty much what happens is it really helps in cross-selling and upselling to a certain set of audience. Like, for example, when someone comes and purchases a health insurance, they usually declare their existing diseases or existing diseases, which kind of gives us cues on telling, say for example, someone has a diabetes. We can actually go back and tell them immediate prompts can go usually goes to the customer saying that there is a term insurance. If you are not getting a term insurance, there's a term insurance for diabetes from this insurer, so you can easily buy. So these are the ways we use embedded AI in terms of engaging with this audience. And the other ways are like we have this entire property called Ask PD, which is on our platform. And when earlier we used to, it was a small icon on our website where people used to come and ask questions around the category, and we used it to our advantage of by making it chat GPT friendly, where the moment a consumer comes and asks any query, there is instant prompts around it, and we also help them, handhold them then the purchase via the bot. So these are the ways that we're trying to use AI to engage.
Again, I'll start with the descending order quickly with you only. See, a context of your question is insurance education in youth space, right? Younger people learn about money through influencers, peers, and online communities, right? How does Policybazaar ensures insurance education remains accurate and responsible, but still engaging enough to reach Gen Zs and Alphas?
So I think it's a similar answer of what I had mentioned earlier. If you look at, so we work with a lot of influencers. But if you look at any of our influencer marketing campaign, we only talk about category building. We say, why is health insurance important? Why is term insurance important? What are the benefits of buying a motor insurance? So basically, it's a category building exercise. So we don't prod or push any specific product or brand, because what we feel is that education is the single most important thing in our category. If we educate them the right way and create a need in their lives, our problem will be solved, because we are anyway building a brand, and we are the default destination. So they might end up coming to us only. So to answer your question simply, educate them, give them the right answers, and leave the power in their hands, which brand they want to choose.
Lovely. Community-led influence, right? Communities drive discovery. How Sakal is building strong digital communities around the content?
Very right question. And, my owner would love to hear this once we are at this platform. Sakal invested a lot in the community, and, in terms of woman upliftment, or you talk of, digital, this thing, we have done one program with Google India, where it was a digital literacy in the rural states of Maharashtra, rural districts of Maharashtra. So it has worked up very well, and it was being funded by Tata. This thing, Melinda Gates, the funding was there. So this all, even we do a lot of consulting firm. We have a tie-up with Palladium. We do a lot of consultancy, not only the newspaper. Through the newspaper, we do all such thing. With the Odisha government, we have done with DG Thane, where once the child is being born, to the booking of ticketing to cinema hall, we all can be done to DG Thane. So this is a small test we have done in this area. And all you talk of all digital thing, Sakal has it. To start to start from the smart office with all digital office, and to all the cultural thing to Maharashtra, we are nothing like it. We rule that city in terms of digital and this thing.
Fantastic. Niti, future of media agencies. Very, very important question for you. Gen Alpha will set new rules. Okay. Yeah. What will be, so we'll quickly sum up this last question. Gen Alpha will set up a new rules. What will be tomorrow's media agency look like for the new generation? So we'll end this question after Nikhil. Just give us 5 minutes for it.
So I think I keep reading that media agencies have no future. So I hope there is a future. No, but jokes aside, I think if I were to kind of put one word to it, right? I think agencies need to now be a lot more connected. So if one is looking at the future, one needs to figure out how to connect this whole disparate journey that today's consumers, and Gen Alpha will do it even more, right? So how do you connect creators to commerce, to content, to paid media, to data that you may have about consumers? I think that's where, and AI, of course, is the enabler for all of this. So how do you get that whole flywheel working faster? I think that's where the answer probably lies, but I think we're still figuring it out.
The last question will end up with Nikhil answer. Nikhil, authenticity for Gen Z and Gen Alpha, because Gen Z and Gen Alpha care about. Sorry, can we go ahead, or one last question, right? So I'll just quickly add. So Gen Z and Gen Alpha care more about authenticity and share value than discounts. How does Cubo do build real trust and their these youngsters and show ethics in a way that feels natural and no promotional?
Sure. I think both, I mean, predominantly Gen Z can see through what you're doing, right? So you have to be as honest as possible. I think very simple three things that you need to do. I think one is just being extremely transparent as a brand. So when I say transparent, could be small things like, being honest about what your product is, calling out the right features, say on your website, on marketplaces, not really saying things which actually are not part of your product, right? I think very, very important. Second, small things about consistency. So, as a brand, we believe that pricing, for example, has to be consistent no matter where a consumer shops, right? Again, Gen Z values that a lot, right? Today, for example, if they come and buy a product on, say, Amazon for, say, X, and tomorrow on my website it's available 20% cheaper, that just breaks the trust, right? So I think very, very important to be consistent in sort of what you do. And I think last point is just using community a lot, right? So rather than talking yourself, getting more Gen Zs and more people who are actually using your product to do the talking for you, I think that resonates with the Gen Z consumers, right? So I think that these are the 3 points that we sort of try to.
Thank you so much, E4M team, for giving us 5 minutes more. So we will end this session here. Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Very, very detailed discussion on Gen X decoding the mindset of tomorrow's consumer. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Tabrez Alam, Chief Business Strategy and Data Alliances Segmento, to felicitate our speakers on the stage. Mr. Alam. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers, ladies and gentlemen? Mr. Sareen from Cubo, Neeti Kumar from Spark Foundry, Mr. Sharma for Sakal, Sai Narayan from Policy Bazaar. And thank you, Vijay, for holding the discussion. Mr. Vijay Shinde from Virtuos. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Gen Zs and Gen Alpha, 2 words millennials are really jealous of. It was interesting to know how the marketing dynamics are shifting rapidly from the hands of millennials and to the Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the speakers. And now it's time for another spotlight address. Building measurement on digital ads for the future. When the digital ecosystem shifts faster than we can track, measurement becomes more than a metric. It becomes a compass. And to guide us through this constantly evolving landscape, we have someone who sits right at the intersection of data, insight, and real-world brand impact. I request everyone to please settle down because it's a very, very important spotlight address coming up for you guys. Everyone, please settle down and please join me in welcoming Mr. Devajit Roy, Head of India, New and Emerging Business Marketing Solutions, LinkedIn, as he unpacks building measurement on digital ads for the future. Mr. Roy, the stage is yours.
All right, I hope the mic is working okay. Can everyone at the back hear me all right? Yeah, thumbs up. Awesome. Hello, Delhi, and welcome. Thanks for being a part of this session. So as it was rightly described, this session is about measurement. It's about data. It is about insights. Now, can I request a quick video to be played? So I know there was a lot discussed about Gen Alphas and millennials. Millennials in the room and cricket lovers would know who's batting over here, right? Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan. Are we all aware of these two prolific openers that India has had? Now, why am I showing this video over here today is to point out a correlation in the game of cricket and how data was interpreted in the year 2019 when this game was being played versus New Zealand. Now, what data suggested was Shikhar Dhawan as a batsman was prolific. He attacked the opposition right from the word go, which allowed Rohit Sharma to settle down and calm his nerves, because we all know if Rohit Sharma settles down, he plays a big knock. Shikhar Dhawan alone as a silo, his performance was not good enough to be a part of that team. However, the impact that Shikhar Dhawan brought into the team was amazing, because data suggested that as many times Shikhar Dhawan opens with Rohit Sharma's average moves up from 38 to 55, which as an opener is considered to be a great start in one-day internationals. The batsman who was averaging a mediocre 44, but with a strike rate of 91, which means he was attacking the opposition. The third data point, the most important data point, was the fact that Rohit Sharma being a right-hander and Shikhar Dhawan being a left-hander, it just used to tease the opposition. They got confused. The bowling was all over the place. Back then, the coach, Ravi Shastri, used these data points to ensure that Shikhar Dhawan is a part of the team, although the data suggested, is that the best opener that we have? So what I'm trying to bring you together before I start my presentation is the importance of data today. Now, we all are aware that measurement and data in the digital ecosystem today is of prime importance. But there are two pillars that we really have to look at when we are talking about measurement, insights, and data. The first one is what exactly to measure and why. Now, we are all aware that the digital ecosystem gives us enough opportunities to make sure that we have a lot of analytical data in place, campaign measurement, campaign effectiveness, brand lift, brand impact. All those are vanity metrics. But what do you really need to measure is something that all of you marketeers over here, both B2B and B2C, need to be cognizant of. Now, when I say vanity versus value, vanity earlier used to be about what kind of reach did my campaign get? How many impressions were delivered? What was my click-through rate? How does it impact your business? Not that much, right? We have moved from the measurement of vanity to the measurement of value. And by value, what I mean is, what kind of pipeline has my campaign created? What kind of leads, how many conversions, what kind of sales or revenue generation has my campaign on any digital platform delivered? So these days, that has been the data of prime importance for marketeers like yourselves. Now, how do you assess the right data is another ball game. Now, there are many tools in the market which talks about data integration, which talks about data analytics, but you need to know, or you need to be aware of which data point is valuable to your brand for the value metrics, and the value metrics being revenue generated, pipeline created, and conversions taking place. What I'll cover in the next 7 minutes that I have is how at LinkedIn we are transforming the B2B ecosystem, as well as how you as a marketer, B2B or B2C, can really take advantage of this, right? And before that, I would want to focus on a survey that was done where it showcases that 78% of marketers like yourselves make sure that their prime KPIs involve around ROI, which is return on investment, as well as ROAS, which is return on ad spend. There is tremendous pressure on marketers, trust me. The founders, the CEOs, the VCs, everyone is putting a lot of pressure on marketers to ensure that any dollar spent on any digital platform, what is the incremental value in terms of revenue that has been generated in that particular organization. Now, the buyer group has completely evolved. We've in the last panel, there was a lot of discussion around millennials, Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, etc. so has the user behavior changed. Now, you as marketeers cannot really operate in a world where you keep the user behavior of millennials like myself in mind when you are actually reaching out to them. Because what data suggests is that B2B buyers are now millennials and Gen Zs, and they are consuming a format which is known as video. Show of hands, how many of you have probably been active yourselves, posting your video on any digital platform? It could be Instagram, it could be Meta, it could be LinkedIn. Anyone in the last, say, 1 month has posted anything on any platform, any social media platform? Okay, I have a few hands. But look, that's where the ecosystem is headed. You need to be present in front of your audience, not only on behalf of your brand, but what do you mean to your organization as well as leaders and marketeers, right? Because there is a lot of emphasis and a lot of focus that's given to influencers today of brands to trust. And I'll tell you how. 3x more likely to choose the vendor that's recommended by peers, for example. Now, if you are a B2B marketer, before taking a call or before taking a decision on your vendor, you will be consulting your peers from similar companies, you will be talking to your colleagues, you will be taking recommendations, you will be taking feedback. Therefore, it is important to ensure that you're on top of mind of those, because influencer set means a lot when there is a purchase decision that is happening for a B2B buy. Also, 87% of B2B buyers prefer credible content coming from influencers like yourselves. Therefore, I asked a question as to how much time do you invest on pushing videos? Now, pushing videos can be of two forms. One is your personal branding. You are pushing a video of probably speaking in an event, like how I might just do after this, or you might be actually pushing video to talk about your brand that you represent. So you have to create a very healthy balance of your personal brand versus your professional brand. And when those two come together, you emerge as a top voice on social media. I'm not speaking about LinkedIn specifically, but on any social media presence. So my only urge and my only request is that there is a lot of conversation, lot of engagement, lot of energies being spent by millennials, Gen Zs today on the video format. So if you've not started already, make sure today is the start. Now, coming back to B2B buyers, now there are almost 2/3 of the B2B buyers still feel that marketing, measurement, and report is a priority for them in their organization. And I would like to correlate that to the video that was played. Now, if Ravi Shastri did not really understand that data of the importance of Shikhar Dhawan in the site, maybe we would have brought in an opener who might have been making more runs on board, on ground, but not as effective to the team. So you need to measure what you can actually improve in a way that it affects the entire brand of your organization and not only silos as yourselves, right? So you have to look at the bigger picture. I'll come to LinkedIn now. Quick 3 minutes on the timer for me. How is it that we are actually transforming B2B? Now, you all know that LinkedIn, I'm assuming everyone has a LinkedIn account. Anyone who does not, don't be shy, raise your hands. I might just want to meet you and make you create your account today. But if you're not present, please log in. Please ensure that you are active on the platform, because the power of LinkedIn comes from its targeting. And it's all first party data. By that, I mean, it is the data that has been fed by yourselves as a user. If I'm saying that I am a part of X company having a Y function in that organization for a number of years, it's all first party data and it is not info data at all. So the authenticity of the data that comes in is of prime importance. And secondly, there are new measures to find value, which I'll showcase quickly in the next couple of slides in terms of measurement. Earlier, what used to happen was LinkedIn Marketing Solutions, we were a very, very contemporary kind of advertising platform where it was just about the vanity metrics that I mentioned at the start. How much reach has happened, what kind of impressions, how many clicks, what's your CTR, what's your engagement rate, period. That was the dashboard that we used to kind of give away to advertisers. Now, we are going one step deeper. We understand the importance of measuring value for our customers and advertisers. Therefore, we have very sophisticated partners with us, like the ones mentioned on this slide, who are ensuring that we get better with the data, the analytics, and the measurement part. So today, if you were to ask me or ask our team as to, I've spent $100,000 on this campaign, what's the reporting structure like? Earlier, it would have been the unique reach received, number of people who have clicked, what are the kind of friends that's engaged, that's it. Now, we can go 1 level, 2 level, 3 level deeper and showcase that, look, your $100,000 has yielded X thousand or million dollars of pipeline and has generated X million dollars of sale. Which means that advertisers today have the power of measuring the impact much, much way better than they earlier used to have, because their hands were tied, because we were not giving the data out. But with partners like you see on the slide, we are ensuring that everything is tied together as a narrative. To end my session, there are 3 features or 3 blocks that I just spoke about, starting with the data that you can count on. Reliability of the data is of key importance. Like I said, first party data is something that we take pride on. The second is future-proofing connections by a friendly measurement-driven solution like APIs. So now we have conversions API in place, which means that a conversion that happens even on your store at a retail outlet can be tied back to the digital spend that you've done on the platform. Earlier, not possible. Right now, definitely yes. And the last and not the least, of course, is the AI that we have on our platform. I know there was a discussion around AI as well. So now it's very easy to actually generate campaigns on LinkedIn and go live. So all in all, what I would like to cover at the last is that we are taking measurement, the value of measurement, extremely seriously. If you have not started that journey in your respective organizations and in your respective social media presence across platform, look, hey, this last 10 minutes is not just about LinkedIn. It's about the measurement value across all digital platforms. I'm here for the next half an hour. If there's anything that you would want to discuss, I would be very happy to have a quick chat. But thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions afterwards. And thanks for giving me this opportunity to present in front of you. Thank you.
Mr. Roy, that was sharp, that was crisp, full of insights.
And
Thank
right
you
on
so
time.
much. And on time. Thank you so much. Please be on the spotlight, sir, because we're going to call Mr. Ajay Gupta, founder of Capital Foods, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Devajit Roy. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you can talk about the event on LinkedIn as well with the hashtag #PitchBrandTalk. Thank you, Mr. Rai. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Before we move further, we have a very interesting session. It's the fireside chat. But before that, we would like to thank our partners. Presenting partner, Laksh Media Group, India's leading integrated advertising agency, building communities and creating impact. Powered by Sakal Media Group, print, television, digital, and events. And can we have the presentation, please? A big thank you to our partners. But now it's time for the fireside chat. Before that, please raise your hand if you are a tech enthusiast waiting for the next phone, the next gadget. Just a lot of them. But the launch of the latest phone, gadgets, wearables is always on our radar. But how are brands targeting the various cohorts of consumers? Our next discussion is on orchestrating the next drop, media strategy in a launch obsessed tech market, where we decode how media strategy navigates short cycles, high stakes, and fragmented attention. And to decode this, please welcome on stage Mr. Kunal Ghosh, DGM Strategy India, Chail SWA Group, and our session chair, Chehneet Kaur, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media Group. Can we have a round of applause for our speaker and session chair, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, well. Is it working? Am I audible? Yes. I think we are all exhausted listening to different speakers on stage since morning. Before we begin our session, it's good that I suggest all of you to get your hands forward, maybe give them a little twist. Come on, everybody, please. Give them a little shake. Come on, guys, come on. We need to, before we hold the heavy plates for lunch, we need to exercise them a little, right? And as we do that, I would like to also move ahead with this, that as our anchor asked about the tech launches that we follow a lot, how many of you have recently discovered the tech launch of any product via a social media buzz and not a TVC campaign? A social media buzz where you see influencers, where you see community engagement. Can I see a raise of hands? 1, 2, just these many? Are you serious? We are all on Instagram, guys. Come on, remember. Okay, we see a few show of hands in the room. And that's what exactly the shift is, right? Today, tech brands take so much of marketing spend into creating communities or creating a social buzz just before their tech launch. What do you think? Tech brands are often from one launch to another. And how do you decide which launch actually deserves a full-scale attention and media strategy, and the others can be a low-key, strategy to depend on?
Right. Thank you again, for inviting me here, and to, also giving me this opportunity to, represent the entire tech marketing fraternity. So the first thing, that I would like to address is that thing that you mentioned about, drop after drop. So while that is what the reputation is of tech marketers, that we are launch marketers, I would kind of like to take this opportunity to sort of dispel that myth. Because the thing is, the way we basically look at tech marketing now has kind of shifted a bit. It used to be like that. It used to be like a very famous man coming up on the stage, taking a phone out or some other device out and saying that, introducing this. And, that is what largely used to kind of, like, say, drive majority of our, like, you can say, the SQVs or our, awareness. But of late, what we have started realizing is that the battle we are fighting is not really an awareness battle. It is actually a consideration battle. It is what we call is the battle of the middle, the messy middle. So what is happening is, if I ask around the room right now, every person here and every person outside also would be able to quickly name 5 tech brands, like across smartphones, across tablets, across wearables, anything basically. But if you ask them that, what exactly are you thinking of buying? That is where basically the, the thing gets really difficult. So right. The way we kind of look at it right now is that always at all point, everyone is evaluated. Like, that is how we basically look at the market right now. And everyone is kind of thinking that I know of this phone that has come out, of that laptop that has come out, of this particular, like whatever, like, I mean, say a tab that has come out. And, whether I'll go for it at what time will I go for it, what exactly will I, like will be the offer that kind of nudges me to basically go for it, is where basically the battle, sort of like say lies for us. So which is why the approach that I would suggest is not really like a launch to launch approach, which is what like, like is traditionally known for tech, but rather kind of a very always on through the year, sort of a very consumer focused, consumer need centric approach to understand who exactly are the people who basically buy tech, what their specific needs are, and then kind of going after that,
Awesome. We know that product cycles are shrinking a lot when it comes to the tech market, right? So to say, हम सबने देखा है कि आजकल एक नया कैमरा ऐड हो जाता है तो एक नया मॉडल बन जाता है, 2 इंच ऐड हो जाते हैं फोन में तो एक नया मॉडल बन जाता है, right? Back to back we see product launches happening. How does media planning adapt to this to avoid fatigue, especially in an attention deficit market?
Right. So, to answer that, I would suggest that, like, not all launches or not all product drops, as you were saying earlier, actually, like need that level of, like, say, reach building,
Right.
like obviously there are some in which you need to kind of, like attract enough people into the whole base, and you want them to basically first of all know. So
Right.
that's why your announcement is very big. So which is why the reach building is needed, like, I mean, from all the way from the pre-buzz to, like, say, the sustenance. But there are some cases, like, like I can actually name a few in which what we have gone for is deeper relevance. So just one random example off the top of my head is something that many marketers would probably know about, is something that we did for Panchayat.
Okay.
And I mean, we did along with Panchayat basically. So for one of our phone brands, I'd rather not take the name, but so what happened was that we realized that they basically need to speak to an audience for whom the tech gurujis of the world
Yeah.
like won't really appeal much, because because of the simple fact that they do not really know what an ANTUTU score or what a Geekbench score is.
Yeah.
They would rather basically want to hear from people who are like them. So hence relatability was the key, and hence basically the Panchayat campaign that we did, it entirely basically focused on using Fulera and the people of Fulera, fictional village, that
Yeah.
everyone loves, the entire country knows, for them to basically introduce the phone and to say that all the things that it does in their everyday lives and all that, and the results were astounding. Like, so just by relevance building we managed to get reach. So that is, I think, the way to kind of, like, say, look at tech marketing in general, that not something in which you basically keep doing big drops one after the other to create fatigue. Rather, you kind of go little sharp in some cases you go little wide.
Makes sense. Earlier today we had Ruchira ma'am's session where she mentioned that 6.3 posts are scrolled every second by the generation today, and this is just with one platform. It may be much more with various platforms all around the day if we take the average. Basically, attention is more fragmented today than ever. Which channel is the best when it comes to tech launches, and how do you decide that this product launch is fit for this platform?
Well, I'll answer this in 2 parts basically. So just to basically answer that, like the channels that are best. So we obviously, like, I mean, since you started by saying social, we have seen that in terms of like discovery. So like, I mean, again, like I cannot exactly like, point out the numbers, but social actually is doing much better than ATL, like, I mean, all the mainline media that we used to basically use.
Yeah.
Influencer is doing, like, by social, I mean, it's obviously a mix of what the brand says and what influencer says and what opinion leaders say. So basically all of that is doing, like, like a lot of sort of, like, I would say, buzz building for us. In terms of discovery, also search happens to be, like, say, very important.
Yeah.
In the age of geo right now, obviously the brand's own website is, like, say, very important. All the discussion forums, the platforms, basically those are, like, really, really important in terms of, like, say, discovery. And then when it comes down to the consideration, that is where, as I was telling you, basically things get a little trickier. Over there, you need to basically, like, I mean, people are in their exploration stage, they are in their evaluation stage. So at that time, you kind of need to basically have, like, some very strong voices, and very reliable voices, very authentic voices, to kind of channel the fact that this is not really a product that they are basically endorsing, but this is a product that they would rather stand by, and that's something that they basically have adopted themselves, which is where basically the consideration kind of gets formed. And then, by the way, in the last stage, I would say it's about experience and decision, which is where obviously one part of it is entirely that whether people touched or felt the product or not in a store or even in a digital environment. And at the same time, like, what kind of nudges did they get in terms of leading to a conversion? Like, I mean, what kind of offers did they get? Was there some kind of a CRM program that targeted them? Are they already part of a community that basically drove them to the purchase? So that is how basically, the entire mix kind of works. But the second part of the question is, again, that at this day and age, basically, I would say that the lines are blurring. So that happens to be, like, say, what exactly, like, like, I mean, tech marketing looks like right now, that we happen to sometime basically drive enormous reach from something that is a consideration medium, and sometimes, like, maybe a consideration medium actually leads to direct sales. So again, like, like with the advent of AI and LLMs and all of that, I think we're going to see more changes. But that is how the the landscape is kind of shifting.
You talked about the platforms that are gaining traction and attention for us, but which is that one or two platform which you think is losing its edge in today's time for tech launches?
Well, again, do not want to badmouth ATL or mainline media, but at the same time, like I said, when it's a battle of concentration, we do not see the like the old school ATL media basically doing much service. Like, I mean, maybe I'm also bit skewed towards digital in general, basically, in like having come from that background.
Obviously,
but yeah. But at the same time, that is how I mean, we see things nowadays. See, the way basically of looking at the consumer today is that they're like fragmented, not just like, as you said, in attention and all, but also fragmented in terms of interest. So there are all these niches, all these, like, say, you can say fandoms and subcultures and all of that. So you have to figure out your niche basically. So imagine you can't really, like, appeal to a gaming audience by actually doing something mainline. Is how I basically, like, sort of, like, say, look at it. So you need to go a bit more granular. You need to basically find out who appeals to that gaming audience in order to actually, sort of, like, say, like, sell a device to them.
Makes sense. You briefly touched upon the topic of creators, influencers, and how they make the chatter around more amplified. I want you to kind of break down for me how, say, I remember going for a phone launch, and not naming the brand, but right before the entry, there was around a 2-kilometer long line outside Bharat Mandapam. And that was the first time I ever saw that long a queue just to attend the launch of a phone event. Inside, they had made the whole universe of the phone and the brand and the history and how the chip is made and this and that. And it was way more detailed than we could ever imagine. There was a separate section for influencers just to create content with the phone and put it online and stuff. So this whole spend on influencers and creators for tech launches, it has amplified so much. What do you think, where it's going and why is it gaining so much prominence?
Right. Well, the thing is, like, I mean, every research that you look at would tell you that, like, how big a role basically influencers and creators play, in terms of actually sort of leading to a decision. Obviously, it comes from the fact that, that there are, like, I would say, like, some 3 or 4 factors, like, which are at play here. And I can kind of, like, like, to quickly define all of them. So the first thing is obviously, sort of the reach building, like the fact about the simple amplification that, like, I mean, when you actually have someone onboarded who happens to have, like, say, like, close to 10 million followers, like, obviously, like, they almost end up becoming like a default media vehicle for you, and that is just one way of basically looking at it. The second thing that comes into the whole mix is, I would say, authenticity. So the fact that, people who genuinely believe that this guy stands for something, they are way more basically likely to believe him as opposed to a brand basically saying it. So I'll give you an example, like one of the tech launches that you're talking about. So we were actually introducing a feature. So all a gamer had to do was just, like, say, do something with his sneaker and the feature basically of the phone, and it immediately got introduced. Like within hours we got over, like, say, some 6 million reach. And, like, I mean, like, insane amounts of engagement and all. And we realized that that is something we have never seen before. Like literally a feature, a product got introduced just by virtue of him and his sneaker fandom. Like that. Then I would say there is this sort of like a third factor of advocacy, like, which is the fact that if they are themselves behind it, if they kind of have, like, say, lend their voice to it, or basically have I mean, which is happening a lot nowadays, that people, like, influencers are getting a stake into brands. Obviously, then people are way more basically like, say, like, I mean, keen to kind of, like, say, believe that yes, this brand must be basically genuine. So that is pretty much what I would like to say about like, I mean, in terms of how we kind of, like, say, look at influencers. Again, yes, like, I mean, you're right that like, in terms of reach building, they're used more
Yeah.
But however, like we are at this particular point actually thinking of going a little deeper. We are experimenting a lot with regional creators.
Yeah.
We're experimenting ourselves a lot with basically, like say creators who have very, very specific fandoms
Yeah.
and very specific tastes and niches, so that, we can basically appeal to those bases as well. So from, I would say from fame to micro fame is
Yeah.
how basically we kind of, pitch it basically.
That's true, actually. Micro and nano influencers are gaining much more traction.
Yeah.
And since we've mentioned influencers and creators, at a larger scale, I would love to now touch upon Gen Alpha, which we were discussing at backstage, that now this segment of consumer is the main decision maker now when it comes to purchasing the product, right? Or at least influences the main purchaser. So how do you target this set of consumer? What are your strategies to catch hold of them at the right place and the right time?
Right. So yeah, if I may just just correct you in one thing basically. So I think like them being kids, I'd rather not say target.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the way I would say that how do we appeal to them? How do we nurture basically? How do we kind of say get into the community of them? That is what I'd like to talk about. So the thing with Gen Alpha is we are kind of from all our researches and everything, the signals that we are picking is that they're like starkly different from the previous generations.
Definitely.
Like from a tech point of view, I can tell you them obviously being tech natives and being born into it. They know way more than you and me, and by you and me I mean even a tech marketer, they would probably know more about technology than me probably.
Definitely.
And what is happening is very, very visual first, for some reason basically they're throughout the day obviously too much immersion into content, so much into gaming and all of that basically. So in general very aesthetically very developed,
Yeah.
it's that how they're like developers, say, or you can say designers since birth, like that.
I mean, my 11-year-old niece knows how to make AI videos of my dog by now. So I'm really surprised how she does that.
Right. So so there's that, and then on top of that, the other interesting thing that we're seeing is that this is going to be a very interesting cohort for tech marketers in particular, because it seems like, and this again is a very early signal we are seeing, that they might not be device first. They might be OS or UI first.
Yeah.
So the way why I'm saying this is they have way higher affinity with apps, with native apps. So obviously imagine if a brand has basically got let's say spoken to them through the native apps that they have, chances are that they would stick to it instead of basically all the pizzazz of the device, which is what Gen Z was about. Like
Yeah.
it was about status, it was about aspiration, it was about having a funky phone.
I'm Gen Z, yes, I know.
So yeah, so I think there's going to be a big shift basically from that particular point of view. But in general, yes, again, say the fandoms are going to get even more, say sort of I would say sharper. They're going to say get into much more much more finicky taste. They would have say it won't be sneakerheads anymore. It would be a particular kind of sneaker that they
I
fall
mean,
for.
the craze for anime and Korean and all of this is going
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
with
yeah,
this
like-
trend, right?
yes, yes,
I
absolutely.
mean, I don't know if this was in my generation also, but at least in the Gen Alpha generation, I can see them going crazy for everything Korean and Japanese.
Yes.
Okay, I would now like to also discuss that we always need to have an on readiness model for a tech launch, right? For a tech market. But for unpredictable competitive drops, brand to brand, cut to cut, neck to neck competition always happening in the market. What are your strategies to always be on the edge, and how do you keep yourself prepared for any sort of competition that comes suddenly?
Right. So again, what I would like to, sort of say point out is what I basically started off with. The fact that, how the launch to launch, or basically, say only thinking of, okay, so let's launch something because the competition has launched something basically. So that model is kind of, is I would say is bit old school basically,
Yeah.
or let's say it's the older playbook. It still gets followed, to some extent. But the new model that we are kind of looking at, and this is something I'd like to spend a little bit of time about. So
Yeah.
This particular model, is something in which I would say it is bit more CX led. It is bit more consumer centric basically.
Yeah.
It comes from the understanding that a person looking for a new phone is looking for it because maybe the screen is damaged, or maybe because they have gotten a promotion, or
Yeah.
maybe because they need to gift it to someone, or maybe because it's Diwali. So for those reasons, and they do not really care that whether your brand say launched a phone in January or in September.
Yeah.
So that is just how basically they kind of say go about it. So when you look at that, when you instead of doing consumer segmentation based on the business business way of looking at it, which I believe is slightly myopic, when you look at it more from a consumer centric point of view, when you look at need profiles, that
Yeah.
okay, so let's see that who exactly are the segments in the market who basically, you know, like say are thinking of getting a phone
Yeah.
because, you know, like the last phone is almost damaged. Then what you get are, you know, like, I mean, you get a totally different view of it. Basically, you basically see how to kind of like say sort of, you know, sort of like say reach out to them. At what stage of the journey are they in? So you get a very journey view of like sort of marketing, which is entirely borrowed from CX and design. And you know, so like of late, we like, you know, at our company have been kind of championing this. So we have been basically developing a model which has, you know, around, I would say, 7 moments of impact, which we call, you know, so which very clearly sort of gives you a picture that, okay, you can very clearly identify that it seems like a larger segment is kind of maybe is at an evaluation stage, or maybe they are currently experiencing phones, or maybe they are almost near decision, they just need the last trigger or the last nudge to kind of get over there.
Right.
So that is a different way of looking at marketing, and you know, which I would say is not really, you know, centered around competition or centered around that, okay, you know, let's just follow the old rule book. And yeah, so that is how I see, you know, the future of tech marketing also being. Yeah.
I think the best is to put out a tweet saying, "Let us know when it folds." That was the best campaign I remember that one of the brands had done, and I'm really a fan of that moment. Inching towards our last question, as it accelerates both creativity and content velocity, what do you think is the way forward with this aspect coming to the marketing plans of tech brand launches?
Well, you know, I can specifically address this from point of view of what we are doing. You know, so
Yeah,
what
of course,
we are doing
from a
at
Chail
Chail.
perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So from a Chail point of view, you know, the way we are basically seeing is that yes, you know, discovery is changing. You know, like the way basically, like say a person goes to like, you know, a GPT right now and prompts saying what is the best gaming phone right now. So obviously, you know, like say, so it basically like totally like, you know, in some way basically redefines the entire landscape. Commerce has changed. You know, like I mean, as we see basically, like, you know, like I mean, we used to earlier think like have this bifurcation that okay, this kind of product can only be sold on this platform, but nowadays, you know, there is quick commerce basically selling phones as well. And you know, so yeah, so that whole landscape has kind of been disrupted again. You know, then on top of that, you know, again, like the whole content ecosystem is like continuously changing. You know, it's getting like say shorter, and you know, like I mean, you can't really tell what goes, you know, popular, what goes viral at what point. You know, so there is that whole mix. So the way we basically kind of look at it is, you know, like at this point we are kind of championing this philosophy of what we call is a business connected approach. You know, so the way we kind of look at it is that, you know, let's not look at it function wise, but see that, you know, like based on what exactly the consumer needs, you know, in order to make a decision or in order to kind of move ahead in their journey, let's plan around that. And for that, you know, like the structure we're kind of following is, I would say, organization within organizations. You know, so like we are basically building AI capabilities. You know, like we have built already, like say, like data capabilities, which is actually supporting even the global data centers. You know, we have like, you know, actually been investing a lot in terms of influencer marketing. Again, like, you know, I can only give you a hint of how big we are basically going to, you know, like say sort of like say get into that. And then, you know, on top of that also there is this whole thing of, you know, like content production, and like how much of the content production can actually happen entirely at the you can say the agency end, or the basically the, you know, the content producer end basically. Like that also is something we're basically focusing on a lot. And yes, like the future, the way I kind of see it, and specifically I would say in regards to agencies, is that, you know, it's not going to be the agency we used to know. You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of going to be like kind of a model in which there are, like I would say, communication,
Yeah.
there are capabilities which
Right.
has been built ground up, you know, like the way we are doing it now.
Yeah.
And there's also consulting. You know, like I mean, to a great extent, it seems like, you know, the expectation of the clients also is more like, you know, that I mean, exactly tell us what to do. You know, like do not respond to a brief. You know, like because there is no brief, we genuinely do not know how to tackle this person, you know, who's basically searching on Perplexity.
Yeah.
So, you know, like I mean, so that kind of like thinking basically needs to also come in. So it is a rewiring, I would say, of the entire thing. And the future, I believe, is going to be that, you know, business connected.
Awesome. Before we wrap up, I have a small and fun rapid fire for you. And are you all braced up? Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Mic up. We want it rapid and quick.
Right, sure.
Okay, a movie that describes one after the other tech launch trend.
Well, I would say one battle after another.
Of course. What do you think is the right food dish that describes the wearables technology?
Oh, okay. I mean, wearables and food. Okay, that is a bit tricky. So it has to be something healthy, basically, like a salad maybe.
Okay, awesome. The coolest marketing campaign that stuck with you recently and cannot be your own internal client.
Oh, okay, right. Does it have to be from tech or can from
Anywhere.
From anywhere? Okay. So I very recently saw this. You know, like I mean, off the top of my head, basically, I can say this basically. So. This campaign that I think this brand called Kathmandu, you know, did,
Okay.
I think from Netherlands, no, sorry, from New Zealand maybe. So it's like a very niche positioning basically. So they're like outside, comma, your comfort zone. So it's like comfort wear for adventurers. I just found it unique basically.
Wow. If not building marketing strategies, what would be your alternate career and why?
I think screenwriting maybe.
Screenwriting.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, because
Interesting.
that would also require making up a lot of stories.
Okay. 3 words you live by in an attention deficit market.
Okay. Yes, attention deficit market. I would say okay, substance over style. Always.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's all for today. Thank you so much, people. I hope we made your 15 to 20 minutes worth spent here. Thank you so much. And I think we'll have to come forward for a picture.
Thank you, Kunal. All the best for the screenwriting. You have a great choice in the movies also. Thank you, Jenny. Very well conducted session. We give you one more responsibility to please felicitate Mr. Kunal Ghosh. Mr. Kunal Ghosh, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our speaker and the moderator. Now, a very important thing, as the beginning of the show, I mentioned about the Instagram contest, which is live right now. We have goodies, we have fun gifts to give away. Our Instagram contest is live. Follow Exchange for Media on Instagram. Comment on the pinned post answering the question. The question is very interesting. How can brands best connect with the Gen Zs? The most innovative answers win. So please go to the Instagram, follow Exchange for Media. And now it's time for fireside chat. Fireside chat. It's time for the salad session. It's time for the panel discussion, which titled, What's on the Menu Today? It's time for the lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy our sumptuous spread. Have great conversation. Please network with the speakers. And please be back in the hall at 1:45. We wish so much for your time till now. Thank you.
Anonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industries. In addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. Exchange for Media.
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we've also extended our offerings to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify global charts for many months.
King is in the building.
OnePlus Playback is an IP that we created, and we're extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion views and still counting.
Dona Kule, due chini had. Dona Kule, Q cake. Dona Kule, due chini.
Nacho, 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 sare cricket wali peete.
Please welcome Music Director of National Award-winning films like Page 3 Corporate and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
आपके जवान मेरे साथ सेफ है, मुझे कोई जंग नहीं। वॉर मशीन किंग चाहिए, एजेंट किंग। शेफ
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify global charts for many months.
King is in the building.
OnePlus Playback is an IP that we created, and we're extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion views and still counting.
Dona kule, dwekini had a hot dona kule, cake, hot dona kule, dwekini.
Nacho, 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 sorry, cricket wali beat. Please welcome Music Director of National Award-winning films like Page 3 Corporate and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
आपके जवान मेरे साथ सेफ है, मुझे कोई जंग नहीं। आपकी वॉर मशीन चिंग चाहिए, एजेंट चिंग।
शेफ,
Attack!
एजेंट सिंह, आग लगा दे।
जय हिंद सर।
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we've also extended our offerings to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify global charts for many months.
King is in the building.
Contrast Playback is an IP that we created, and we are extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion views and still counting.
हाथ धोना कूल है धोया कि नहीं हाथ हाथ धोना कूल है क्यों क्यों क्योंकि हाथ धोना कूल है धोया कि नहीं
नाचो 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 सारे क्रिकेट वाली पीठ पे Please welcome music director of national award winning films like Page 3 Corporate and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
आपके जवान मेरे साथ सेफ है, मुझे कोई जंग नहीं। आपकी वॉर मशीन चिंग चाहिए, एजेंट चिंग।
शेफ
एजेंट चिंग, आग लगा दे। जय हिंद सर।
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
We just don't create music, we script solutions for brands.
Gifts to give. So please be ready. Just get your coffees if they are, and get ready for the great marketing marathon that is on. Next.
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we've also extended our offerings to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify global for many months. OnePlus Playback is an IP that we created, and we're extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion views and still counting.
Gonna cool it, due chini had a hot gonna cool it, cake, hot gonna cool it, due chini.
Nacho, 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 sare cricket wali beat pe. Please welcome Music Director of National Award-winning films like Page Three and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
आपके जवान मेरे साथ सेफ है, मुझे कोई जंग नहीं। आपकी वॉर मशीन चिंग चाहिए, एजेंट चिंग। शेफ,
एजेंट चिंग। आग लगा दे।
जय
Check. Check.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back after the launch. You know, there's a reason I'm talking loudly. Yeah? There's a reason. Actually, there are two reasons. Because I know what happens after lunch. We're not talking about that. Also, jacket ka button nahi band hota after lunch. But there is no need for you guys because relax karna hai, comfortable बैठना है, jacket का button बंद हो या खुला हो, doesn't matter. दिमाग खुला होना चाहिए because this is a marketing marathon. We are calling it the Pitch Brand 2025 Delhi edition. Now, I am from Mumbai and I love Mumbai. But when it comes to food, Delhi wins by a margin. I loved the food today as well. For the vegetarians, the kurkuri bhindi was really good. For the really good. Raise your hand if you had an extra spoon of moong dal ka halwa. Okay, I'm in Delhi. Stupid of me. Nobody says, मैं भूखा हूँ यहाँ पे. But I loved it. If you had it, I'm sure अगर नहीं कुछ तो miss किया है. But on that sweet note, we'd like to thank our sweet partners. Without them, so first up, presenting partner, Laksh Media Group, India's leading integrated advertising agency, building communities and creating impact. Powered by Sakal Media Group, print, television, digital and events. Gold partners, Vertos, empowering digital landscape, and Segmento, the audience dataverse. Can we have the presentation, please? This will do later. Can we have the presentation of our partners, please? Yeah, this is a queue, guys. We'll have an interesting quiz coming up after this.
मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कैन ग्रां प्री ग्लास लाइन के विजेता शमीर टंडन जी को।
At Music Boutique, we just don't create music, we script solutions for brands. We've not just pioneered brand solutions with content, but we've also extended our offerings to live events, shows, performances, media meets. One of our podcasts has ruled the Spotify charts for many months.
King is in the building.
OnePlus Playback is an IP that we created, and we're extremely proud of it because we set out to achieve a target of about 45 million views on YouTube, but we've actually crossed a whopping 1 billion.
सारे क्रिकेट वाली पीठ पे Music Director of National Award-winning films like Page 3 Corporate and Traffic Signal, Mr. Shamir Tandon.
A round of applause for our partners. Thank you so much to our partners. Because of them, we are witnessing the great insights and wisdoms of our speakers. But before we move further, we'd like to take a moment to honor the legendary Piyush Pandey, India's finest storyteller, somebody who made brands human and ideas immortal. This is a small tribute to Mr. Piyush Pandey.
Before algorithms ruled attention spans, one man ruled hearts with a dab of glue, a bar of chocolate, and a dash of wit. Piyush Pandey didn't chase virality. He invented it long before hashtags existed. With his passing at 70, an era in Indian advertising comes to an end. A man whose mustache and booming voice became as iconic as his ideas. Born in Jaipur, a Ranji Trophy cricketer turned tea taster, he joined UGI in 1982 and went on to redefine Indian advertising. He gave us Cadbury's Kuch Khas Hai, Asian Paints Har Dai, and Fevicol's timeless charm. Ads that spoke our language. Ogilvy India to global acclaim, mentored generations, and with his brother Prasoon, became the first Asian to win the Cannes Lion of St. Mark. He was a cultural craftsman who could read India's heartbeat like few others. Among his many creations, country's iconic political slogans, Ab ki baar Modi Sarkar, a phrase that went beyond campaign to become part of everyday conversation. Yet, for Piyush Pandey, advertising was never just about politics or profit. It was about people, about forging a connection, about making every viewer seem seen and understood. And though his voice has fallen silent, his presence endures in every Fevicol hoarding that draws, in every that reminds us of love and togetherness, in every clever line that still makes us chuckle. That is Piyush Pandey, still speaking to us, still touching hearts. Piyush Pandey didn't just make ads, he made memories. His laughter, his stories, his India will live on in every line that makes us smile, in every ad that feels like home. A legend who never signed off, only signed on forever. We will always miss you, Piyush.
Piyush Pandey, a man who has left a legacy that will live forever. And now, we are going to hold a quiz. It's time for a quiz. It's time for some prizes. But I can't do this alone. We need a leader to hold this. We need somebody who's got wit, who's got a very heavy voice. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Satyabrata Das, Chief Alliance Officer, Lux Media Group. देवी और सज्जनों, रूल समझाएंगे दास साहब.
Check. I think I got a little emotional seeing Piyush Bhai, and I was there at his funeral a few days back, and I spent a lot of good time with him, and thank you for playing that. And I mean, you just can't tell Piyush Bhai was a legend. He left something that nobody. I mean, he bought the villages, the up countries, everything to Indian advertising. I think he bought heart and soul to it. A huge round of applause for Piyush Bhai. And I can't tell you how sad I was when I got the news. We all were there with, I'm joking when I'm talking about it, but we all were there with him. Thank you. Yeah, we'll do the quiz now. So, well, you know, we were really proud to be associated with E4M. We do the CMO awards. We do 40 under 40. Today evening we're hosting 30 under 30, and we do a lot of stuff for the marketing as a community. And we have a lot of intelligent people in the audience today, and we are doing a quiz because after lunch, that's what is needed to keep you all agile. Yeah.
Before that, no Google, no Perplexity, no ChatGPT,
Okay.
nothing.
So there are four. Yeah, there are four. Yeah. So there are four. I'll ask only two because after two, you know what are the rest. I'll go to some different answer. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
The first question is on the screen. Raise your hand if you know the answer. The madam in the yellow jacket.
Yeah. Take the. Yeah.
Be Netflix.
Be Netflix, she says.
Be Netflix. Well, and why do you say that?
Because we get personalized feeds on our window in terms of what is our preference, what we've been watching, and it keeps customizing on its own, the algorithm.
What's your name?
Priyanka.
Why didn't you stand, Priyanka? Tell you which place do you come from, and big round of applause for Priyanka, man. I think she got it bang on. Why don't you come to the stage?
Priyanka, the right answer is Netflix. You win a prize. Please come up on stage.
Okay, Priyanka, you have already won, but then I'll ask you something. Tell me, Lakshya Media Group recently got awarded rights of an airport, a big one, which is close by. Tell me which one is it?
Delhi, maybe?
It's close by, I said. There's a big airport coming close by to Delhi. The bigger than...
Noida.
That was a good plug-in, though.
You have to give us something, right?
Yeah. Can we have the award, the prize, please? In the meantime, we bring the next question on the big screen. We'll do the prize distribution in one go.
Maybe if I
Please be on. The next question is on the big screen. Raise your hand if you know the
Which
answer.
new age advertising format is seeing the fastest global adoption among Gen Z audiences?
You want to pick, sir?
Let's take one woman went. That guy, I can see. There.
6-second vertical video ads.
Yeah, please come. Absolutely
Please
no
come up
brainer.
on stage.
But
You get it right.
good, super. But I'll ask you a few more things here. So the award is not yet won. Tell me something. How many airports does Lakshya Media Group have? And can you name all three of them? She already said Noida. The rest too.
Yeah. So I'm from Vadodara. So then I think there was
not really.
So I think there were 8 airports somewhere around.
No, you're getting it wrong. That's Orango sitting there.
Okay.
Okay, you win it, but We also run the Hyderabad. We have the rights for Hyderabad airport and the Kochi airport. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Please stand here. We move on to the last question. Which upcoming channel is projected to dominate in-moment commerce in the next 3 years? Lots of hands raising. Mr. Das.
Yeah. One from the back. Some red jacket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Shoppable live streaming,
And why do you say that?
because it allows the user while watching a live video to shop there and then.
Let me tell you, there's some very intelligent.
Yeah.
Everyone go right. Big round of applause for her.
Please come up on stage. Please come up
Hello.
on stage.
You
know
don't
the
want?
drill.
We'll have one more. We'll have one more guy pick up. You want the prize or no? You want it? Yeah. Come. What's your name? Ruchi, we love what you're wearing. What brand is this?
This is some online shopping from.
Good. I love what you're wearing. Ruchi, tell me something. Lakshya Media Group is an integrated company. They have some more verticals apart from the OH that everybody knows. Can you name one of them?
Yes, I think activations, digital out homes, and LEDs on the airports.
Yeah. Anyone else who can say what we do beyond that? No? Okay. So let me answer. Oh, yeah. Please. Sorry? Not really. So beyond OH, what we do is we have one of the leading companies called Lakshya Live Experience. We run something called Lakshya Airports, you already know. We also have Lakshya Inventech, which is a technology company, marketing technology company, a lot of in-house solutions, and we have Lakshya Event Capital, which does a lot of events that you saw in the AV. So it's a holistic. We have a team here. You guys are there, so please engage with them. Please talk to them for solutions. Thank you so much for participating in this.
Can we pictures and the prizes? Yes. Can we have a round of applause for the winners? Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you. It's time for our keynote address. But before I talk about it and give you the details, I want to take you to 2016. This was I witnessed one of the most expensive ad film ever made. If you know the answer of my next question, please say it loud. It'll be very interesting. My name is Ranveer. Absolutely right. The keynote address, Capital Foods, a story of curiosity, culture, and category. Consumer insight, they say. And these insights can be picked up anywhere. What about your local Chinese street food stall, which actually serves not Chinese, but Desi Chinese, like gobi Manchurian? This is where our next speaker got his inspiration and went on to build Ching's Secret and Smith & Jones into household brands. And not just big flavors that Ms. Gupta bets on, he also bets on pricing. For the 2016 one, back to 25 now, he has upped the ante with its latest campaign. Ching's Desi Chinese with a cinematic action film titled Agent Ching Attacks. I'm a huge fan of Tanmay Bhatt. I was watching one of his reaction videos where this ad was played and I was like, wow, I mean, amazing. I started reading about it and I got to know that it was directed by director Atlee. It stars Sri Leela. It stars Bobby Deol. It stars Ranveer Singh. Now, before we call Mr. Gupta on teaser, एक trailer तो बनता है boss. All eyes on the big screen.
आपके जवान सेफ है, मुझे कोई जंग नहीं। आपकी वॉर मशीन किंग चाहिए, एजेंट किंग। शेफ
Attack!
एजेंट सिंह, आग लगा दे।
जय हिंद सर।
Can we have a round of applause? Tha na ye masaledar. And on that note, please welcome Ajay Gupta, founder of Capital Foods, for our keynote address. Taliyan, please. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? So this is the making of a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar category called Desi Chinese. In a light where the markets were dominated by Nestle, Unilever, and ITC, and that's. I have 20 minutes to present to you the story of 27 years. Yeah, so bear with me on that one. Where did the spark begin in 1995? 1995, I used to travel a lot for my advertising days. And every time I went into a supermarket, I saw this Disneyland. And I would say, hey, when is this going to happen to this country of mine? This was also the time when we had, economically, we started getting better. Conspicuous consumption was part of the lexicon of marketing. But there was nothing much happening. And to me, this was a huge opportunity. It was a huge opportunity in 95 when the per capita was $1,400. Today, we are at $2,600, $800. And the reality and the opportunity that exists is in the last 27 years, there are probably two categories that have got created. So this Disneyland is still relevant to all marketeers sitting here. The founding belief of the way we began our business was food is culture. It's not a commodity. There are 5 food cultures in the world. India is one of them. The way we saw ourselves was of not what people are eating, but how they are eating. It's very important for a market to not just look at the most obvious. The obvious, and especially in a country where birth is food, death is food, and right through there is so much food happening. Create excitement on the dining table 3 times a day, 7 days a week at a great price. So one, I'm not talking of food, I'm talking of excitement on the dining table. And the 2 keywords there are great price. We wanted to define it not as premium, mass market. I don't know jargons, yeah. So it was about great price. 2 brands, Ching's and Smith & Jones. Ching's is about loving Desi Chinese. We'll quickly go through how and where we found this, the cultural gap. India, unlike many countries in the world, doesn't have, there is no one cuisine called Indian. Every 300 kilometer, food changes, recipes change. One cuisine that links Kashmir to Kanyakumari is Desi Chinese. Yeah, the 29th state or the 30th state of this country saw it, yeah, and said, "Ye state ka khana will get popular across the country. I'm going to get into innovation and the range. 99% of what we created or produced were flavors and profile that did not exist in India. There were noodles, the word Hakka, or there's a story on how the Hakka community came here, but we termed the word Hakka to noodles, and everybody loves the term Hakka noodles. I took a green chili and put it in vinegar and called it chili vinegar. That's how we eat, yeah? So we take chilies, chop them, put them in vinegar. I took vinegar and made it a dipping sauce. Masala is a huge category in our country. The single largest culinary category in the country is masala. So there's chicken masala, meat masala, pav bhaji masala. And here we created a fried rice masala and a paneer chili and a Manchurian masala. Great price, $10. Bache hue chawal ko lagao tadka and you have fried rice. These are all categories that got created and didn't exist. And the last was our noodles. We all grew up with Maggi as masala noodles, but now we had to go beyond that. This was one brand where from kids to grown up, everybody was eating the same brand. Bacche bhi khate the, bade bhi khate, and the way we saw ourselves was from a flavor profile. We were talking to the youth, to the younger generation, and hence spicier cuisines happened. You know, by DNA, we are all chatoras, completely chatoras. Yeah? And this goes across the length and breadth of this country. I took chutney and put both of them together and created Shezwan chutney. This is one category today that's 250 crores. Single 2 SKUs. Yeah, the 10 rupee and the 90 rupee SKU. Is there anyone who hasn't consumed Shezwan chutney? Or nobody has? Yeah. The next we did was, ketchup is not part of our culture. It's there forever. The size of the category is not more than 1,000 crores as organized. So we took ketchup, Shezwan from this side, and have created a Shezwan ketchup. That's the way we've seen our business evolve. The next brand is Smith & Jones, kitchen partner for Indian homemakers for making aspirational dishes. Way back in '96, we launched ginger garlic paste. Now, for us at '96, ginger garlic paste was an innovation. It came in a bottle. Many people have laughed at us over the last 27 years. Ginger garlic paste, bottle mein kaun kharidega? From being premium, niche, today become a very large category. Smith & Jones still is the leader. The next was pasta and masala. This one my investors rolled in the conference room and back and said, my grandmother is going to turn in a grave. Pasta and masala. You'll be shocked. It's a run rate of 100 crores. Two large players, known players, both pasta is not 100 crores still. This is a 5 rupee SKU that's much larger than 100 crores now. How did we go about building all this? Where there was no PE fund, investors and stuff like that. We didn't even have, I come from a PSU bank time. I don't know, all of you ever know, that was a time. Yeah, so you made, ad is what you build with. There was nobody giving you money. So to me, if I was going to fight or work with the big boys there, one thing that for me was not about money. It was the science. It was the knowledge that we were building with. Now, knowledge is not about money. Knowledge is about knowledge. Yeah, we said we will drive it through science. With company, which is British Retail Consortium, level A certification from a food safety perspective. 2004, we're the first company in the country, no multinational. We also started exporting to people like Tesco in the UK, Dunnes in Ireland, Target in the US, Loblaws in Canada. We needed to do it. We did. The other was the seasoning technology. You'll be surprised that very few companies in the world, independent companies in the world, that have seasoning technology in-house. We are one of the few. We are one of the, probably the only company in the country that has the science of creating seasoning in-house within the company. Another area that we were very focused on, because we were driving with, which was the 50% gross margin. Heard of in processed foods. This is how we worked. For us, profit funds passion and marketing investment. You saw a film, the gentleman spoke about the most expensive film. The last one, 2016, we did, it costed us, not what came in the press, costed us around 8. Present one costed us 11 crores. Where does the money come from? High gross margins. That's when I said great price. The price is 5 and 10 and 20 rupees. They're all, because of innovation, we work at 50% gross margin. We also defined our go-to market. While I come from marketing, but I didn't understand distribution, and incidentally, all marketers and brand makers believe they build businesses. Am I right? All marketing guys, yeah? It took me. Operations are huge. Distribution is a black hole in this country. Most of the standard distribution that is set up in this country comes from this Hindustan, which Hindustan Lever did. Started building way back in the 60s, and they've evolved the distribution strategy to their needs. Most of the companies have done a cut paste on that. It took me 4 years to realize this is not what's going to work for me. I can't be a Maruti 800 and have a distribution go to market which is of a large car. Yeah. So we broke it down. We created something called a discovery channel. So GT. So the word GT did not exist with us. We said large stores and not necessarily supermarket stores. This discovery was where consumers come to discover. A masala store is a discovery store. Delhiites, if you go to a paneer shop, it's a discovery store. Normally, we don't go to that store. Yeah, and these are stores. There was way back in 2003, I discovered the chicken shops of Delhi. Those were discovery stores. Discovery, the word GT went off. And the next level to us was wholesale that came through cash and carry. These are all things that we did way back in between 2011 and 2020. And the most important one was wet sampling. Typically, wet sampling is about, there is a lady standing outside the store. एक चादर लगाते हैं, उसके ऊपर रख पड़ा है. For us, wet sampling was the most crucial aspect of our business. This was part of a distribution strategy and not about loosely termed word called activation. So from metros to mandis, one system, one story. If I ask you a question, typically wet sampling, where do any brand manager here who's going to say, where do wet sampling happen typically? Anyone? Yeah, Fun City, malls, so correct. Both महंगा है ये. Where do you see large consumers 2 times a day? Bhaji market, yeah, melas. They come in the morning, they come in the evening. Another set comes in the evening. The ones who come on Monday don't come on Tuesday. And what's the crowd you get there? Huge. We made those were our malls, and that's where we did sampling. And our sampling was about creating delight with the consumer. When the consumer stood there and said, "Ha, chawal lal ho gaye," and she tried it. She bought the product then. It was not sampling for the heck. In the mall, you do sampling, then what happens? She can't go and buy then. Those are very critical aspects of the way we looked at our go-to-market. What you all love is our formula. 2 religions my country has: cricket, movies, and the third one we created, which is Desi Chinese. Cricket, then cricket, movies. Movies go across. One, we had women as a large target group for us, and the second, we were looking at the world, the diaspora across the world. Didn't play then, didn't play across the world. Yeah, so our choice became movies. But this time around, we didn't want to see movies the way it had been done standard wise. Yeah, so for us, food, cinema, cultural insight at its finest. And how did we end up building it? You know, typically for most of us, movies, Bollywood, एक celebrity ले लो, वो celebrity ले लो, और उसके बाद क्या? काले लंबे घने बाल, तो मेरा शैम्पू खरीद लो, और शाहरुख खान comes and says, ये phone, Oppo, and then he does nothing. We were clear, we needed a brand partner who resonated with the values of the brand. And that's where we came up with we did not want an endorser. We wanted a character who became the brand itself. We owned the narrative, not just the airtime. This word viral happened now. Our 2000 and our 2014-16 campaigns came before Jio. There's live before Jio and live before after Jio. So for us, the virality of our films happened because that's how we made our campaign. We were not creating. We've had this say, "Hey, मेरे को भी एक viral बना के दो ना." I'm sure all of you said एक viral बनाएंगे. ये viral बनता नहीं है ऐसे ना. So there is a whole lot of element. We were thinking D2C in a B2C world. No, kind of have we earn without paying money. The film that you all just saw, the trailer that you just saw, 100 making it 100 million, 0. That's viral, and that's on one channel, YouTube. It has been cut. It's WhatsApp. It's gone viral because people share it as a movie. There are people who review it as a film. Not only in India, across a huge amount of free media that we earn because of the way we manage our advertising. Performance. Wet sampling at retail. It has been a huge part of our performance marketing. We use modern trade to create velocity, regional brand bursts we did, sales ROIs were tracked on a monthly basis, and every rupee worked for us. We didn't have a lot of money, so we had to ensure that every single penny or paisa worked for us when we kept doing what we did. Way back before the buzzword of social media happened, largely, we were the first company that became a partner with YouTube in Asia. That's the figure there, 720 subscribers. If you Google now, go on YouTube and Mary Maggie, we're larger than that. Much larger than that. On Instagram, 10 million plus average monthly views. We don't sell they are recipes. We believe the woman, any consumer, it's about he or she and a screen. So you can't be doing advertising there. They are there because they want to be there, and they're not there because they want to see your advertising, because they actually get irritated with your advertising. We did recipes, hardcore recipes were done, and that's what made these channels the way they are. That's what made not only in India, but across the world with the diaspora from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. This is a favorite brand of theirs. It's the soul food of the pan-Indian consumers across the world. Quickly, my time's running out. What we learned from this journey of ours. It's more like a summary here, yeah? Chase meaning, not markets. I keep hearing marketeers talk about market share. Go back to my first slide. We've just barely begun to consume. So very few categories that have actually got distribution in terms of reach that has gone beyond 65-70%. So it's a white space that we're existing in. Should we be chasing market share or meaning of the market? The question to be asked here. Be consumer anthropologists. MBA focus on the customer. Correct? All right. When does a human being become a customer? Anyone? When he transacts. In 24 hours a day, you have 14-15 hours when you are alive and running, going around. How many minutes or hours do you transact? Half an hour, 45 minutes, bahut jiddi 1 hour. Now, classical marketing tells you focus on the customer. Is that right? Or is it wrong? So the way we looked at it was focus on the quasi-consumer. Focus on him when he is not transacting. And that to us was a big insight when we said consumer anthropologists. We did not watch what people were eating, but how they were eating. What was happening between that meal to the next meal. And that journey gave us huge amount of insights of the way we looked at every element of our business. Brands as stage, not script. Typically, we end up spending money on GRPs and TRPs. Anybody who watches Bigg Boss? Anybody here watches Bigg Boss? Yeah? So, that's another one I find. Brand managers and marketing people don't watch television or don't watch social media also. They watch numbers. How do we do this? I fail to understand. If I'm talking to a consumer who is in core Maharashtra, I need to understand the psychographics of the consumer and what that program is linked with. Is it so important to find the TRP and GRPs you keep doing? GRP to raat ko 12 baje bhi ad aayega to GRP milti hai. Where is that connect? That was critical. Paisa kam tha, so we were not chasing GRPs, yeah? And I don't think you need to chase GRPs. And hence for us, Ranveer Singh became, the consumer owned him. The consumer was doing UGC before the word UGC happened. And for us, I don't know if you remember, when he and Deepika got married, somebody made a meme, and those word memes didn't exist then. Yeah, iski maang mein Shezwan chutney bharenge. So for us, that was like, and that got like 4 million hits. Yeah. So for us, that is the brand building for us. Yeah. Health score. We chased quarterly brand score. We did not chase quarterly sales. That we did annually. So we may have had quarters going up and down, but constant every single SKU of us. Then the three C's that build Capital Foods: culture, consistency, and courage. If you all can think differently about time, trust, and truth, all of you can be successful. You need to think like Indian entrepreneurs are supposed to think. Can I just finish and read some questions? Yeah. So to us, this is something very, very important. If I could do, I came from a middle class home. Yeah, I spent 15 years in advertising, but if I could do it, all of you could do it. Think out of the box, go on the streets. The consumer is talking to you, not the customer. The consumer is talking to you. Listen to him, live with him, and all your answers are there. Thank you. Picture abhi baki hai mere dost. Thank you so much.
Is there anybody who can pass on the mic to the audience, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, perfect.
और मेरे को इतनी इंग्लिश नहीं आती है. सर सेल्स फिगर आते हैं? हाँ? When you go to the street, when you go to the store guy takes your product.
Okay.
That's my brand score. We did a quarterly result that came out of Kantar, yeah. But the rest of these we didn't get into all the. Okay, so let me answer this in a simple fashion. Common sense in marketing does not need semantics.
Getting it. But देखो ऑफिस में बैठ के वो देखना कि
वो कौन बैठा? वो किसने बोला ऑफिस में बैठा? Till a year and a half back, I was 15 days on the road. 15 days on the road.
बस उसको मैट्रिक को कहीं तो रिपोर्ट करोगे ना फिर. मतलब anyways, I'm trying to
मेरा
relate.
नेशनल सेल्स हेड बैठा है, इसकी हर हफ्ते बचती थी, उसकी स्कोर उधर से आता था. Boss, I can't be looking at a brand score, which is also I've seen. I can't look at brand score without sales. So they have to be in conjunction. वो पास्ता मसाला बेचना है, अगर उसका बिहार में वो बेचना है, बिहार के इतनी पेटी नहीं आई, तो ब्रांड स्कोर नहीं मैच किया.
वो सेल्स स्कोर related,
directly correlated to the sales numbers that happen. It's a tough one, but that's the way it happens. I keep hearing now, so is that I have done my job in marketing, I got brand score. Sales, no, I don't know where the sales is, that's not my job. Completely to each other.
Thank you. We take one more question. Yeah. Can we? Here. Mike, please.
So we met before in the
yes
in the speakers room. So like I was just curious that you said that Chinese is the one food that binds all the United States. Just curious about like what happened during the pandemic when there was like so much negative sentiment around China in general. Like I mean, did you guys suffer? Did you feel that that you had to do something else to basically like bounce back?
Nothing happened here. That was happening on television. The opinionated people were talking. This is not their cuisine. ये मेरा खाना है. ये China से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. So when you look at, when you come down, what is Szechuan chutney? I'll tell you a secret. Yeah. Chili, garlic की चटनी महाराष्ट्र में बनती है, कर्नाटका में बनती है, राजस्थान में बनती है, मध्य प्रदेश में बनती है, यूपी में बनती है. चटनी, राइट? उसके अंदर विनेगर डाल दिया, थोड़े से हल्के से ओरिएंटल मसाले डाल दिए, तो शेजवान चटनी हो गई ना. तो चाइना से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. तो आप चाइना जाके मंचूरियन नहीं ढूंढ सकते ना पनीर चिली मिलेगा आपको उधर. ये मेरा खाना है. तो चाइना से कोई लेना देना नहीं है हमारा.
Okay, we take one more question.
Yeah, thank you for this excellent talk. I think it just reinforces the importance, and it was absolutely brilliant to hear how you have built this brand. I'm a great fan of this brand. I use it regularly. My question is, with e-commerce becoming so important, how are you now moving ahead with your discovery of newer, variants? This is a very experiential category, right? So in the era where everyone's going digital, how are you facilitating discovery?
So ma'am, I came through an era where GT became modern trade. So the delivery method changed. with e-coms, the delivery method has changed. The consumer on the other side is the same human being. How much, just because e-com is there, yeah, you can't, I'm specifically talking about food, yeah. I am going to mustard sauce from Germany. मैं नहीं खाने वाला ना, तो आप discover कर लो उसको, बिकेगा नहीं. So you see a lot of the D2C brands, and I'm saying specific to food, yeah. A lot of these D2C brands, their labels, yeah, because they're not become brands. So they keep discounting, and then what happens? Year later, you don't see them. You still have to go back to the basic of the consumer. So we've done a chili crunch now. Yeah, we've done a pasta sauce, which is very Indianized and nothing to do with and stuff like that. So we keep doing those little bit. It's easier. The distribution go-to market has become better because of e-com. But doesn't mean that I am going to make you eat what you don't want to eat. ये हम है ना ऐसे ही हैं. उनका खाना लेंगे जब तक मेरा नहीं होगा ना, खाएंगे नहीं हम.
So fair enough. If I may just rephrase it a little. The distribution model, it's just one more arm. I completely am aligned with you. But in terms of just saying, earlier it was very easy to sample. So we would go out and sample to thousands of people, say at Mandis or other locations, right? Now, all of that has become, one, very expensive, and two, a lot of people are really not going out. How many younger customers? It's not to challenge you. I'm just trying to understand. We have a similar problem in fragrances. You launch a new fragrance, the consumer sits on the e-commerce platform and has no idea what the fragrance really smells like, right? Because the discovery is online. So similarly for a company like Ching's, where you have various flavors and more innovative products, yes, I'll get a very good sense from the name of the product and the packaging, but beyond that, is there anything you're doing?
So ma'am, first, I am talking to the masses. I am not, so like, for example, मेरे को ना साउथ दिल्ली का कंज्यूमर आया नहीं है, मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
Got it.
मेरे को सीरियसली वो खाता क्या है और क्या नहीं खाता, उधर सब हेल्थ वगैरह की बात करते हैं.
Understood.
खाते छोले भटूरे वो भी. Similarly, Bombay में Malabar Hill, I'm not interested in. And when you see a part of e-com, yes, there is a consumer. That's happening in how many urban cities? How many urban cities? And within urban cities, there is rural. Does Delhi have villages within the city?
Of course.
There's jhuggi jhopadis, they're large. I'm talking of 5 rupee, 10 rupee products. Yeah. Understood. Bombay is the same. So e-com, like modern trade, when modern trade came in way back in 2004, e-com aaya. Correct. It's become, to me, it's a great platform to build quick aspiration consumers to do trials with. My sampling is still happening, and saying expensive, no, sampling is cheap. I am not doing chefs. We have a team of cooks who go stand outside a kirana store and cook. So there is no tamjam. It's very basic guys who cook, and we have like 75 teams based in different cities who keep doing this every single day, twice a day.
Wow.
But if you're talking of cat and fragrances, but even on fragrances, ma'am, if you really want to build a brand there, offline, because fragrance is buying a dream. Yeah. I need that beauty consultant. I need the environment. It's India's building, India's largest international distribution company called Baccaros. They're like 75% of most ground floors are run by them.
Yes.
I built that business for some years. Yeah. It's experience on the ground. You can't buy fragrances online. You can re-buy them online. But then you're talking of the smaller, the cheaper ones. Yes. That's about commodity.
Yeah.
The brand building will happen on the ground. It won't happen online. Repeat sales will happen online for fragrances.
No, great. Thanks so much. I think
Thank
that's
you.
There's a
wonderful
request for a
perspective.
question. Can you quickly ask your question? We take one more and last question.
Hello, Ajay sir. This is Sana. This is more of a filmmaking part that you've taken approach for a long time now. In the world where we are consuming 6-second, 7-second size of contents, how did you arrive to a decision to go ahead with Atlee and Ranveer Singh? But also now the era of new filmmakers is coming up with Aryan Khan doing his directorial debut, and Raghav Jual is someone who is very aligned with Ranveer Singh की energy. मुझे वो काफी similar लगते हैं current scenario. Do you think there will also be a shift with Gen Zs now becoming your next thing, or yeah, it's just you're just going with common sentiment?
So we are creating excitement.
Yeah.
We're creating excitement on the dining table and excitement in your life.
Right.
Incidentally, I'm selling food.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I'm selling food. So what the consumer does and behaves is the way we will behave.
Yeah.
Has Gen Z, it sounds nice, 30-second and all that. 30-second existed there. Now we're talking of 3-second and 5 seconds.
Yeah.
But if it's entertainment, had the Gen Z stopped watching OTT?
No.
If it's an interesting story, they are going to watch.
Yeah.
And 100 million views. And believe me, that 1 minute. So my trailer, the way we cut the trailer was 9 minutes is large.
was
Yeah.
9 minutes,
So we cut the
yes.
trailer as if it was a film. 100 million plus views just on one channel. And the best part is not views, a tick. Average viewing time is 75%.
Yeah.
So on 100 million. So this is same Gen Z. I don't think the olders only watched it. Yeah.
Yes.
75% viewership in terms of time. It's an interesting story.
Yeah. I think it's all story.
That's where it works. Yeah.
And second part of question was, do you yourself also see evolving in the storytelling part as well, with new faces coming in now?
I will do what the consumer wants. 3 months to Atlee to do this for me, because Atlee is Atlee. And we also had this thing about we wanted to go south. So as Capital Food is not large, with Tata Consumer now we can go down south. That's where we got an Atlee to come in. And Leela, who's again a large South Indian actress here, to one, Atlee is big there and here. Leela is largely big there, but she's doing 2-3 large movies here.
Right.
For us, getting Atlee was one big one. So now, why Atlee? He's God, man, right now. Shah Rukh Khan likes to only work with him, kind of a situation. So it works.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
And not to forget, they picked Bobby Deol, who's Gen Z.
Yes.
Right? And also, thank you so much. It is a great keynote address, and a consumer in me is very happy because I am a user of the product. Pro tip, guys, if you don't like besan ka chila, please try it with the Shezwan chutney. You feel healthy and tasty as well. This is my staple breakfast. Besan ka chila with Shezwan ki chutney. And this is why I love coming for BE4M events, because I get to meet the big brains behind the big brands that Thank you.
Guys.
And
Thank you so much.
to felicitate Mr. Gupta, I'm going to call on stage somebody who's the only music composer to win Grand Prix Glass Lion at the Festival of Cannes, the only music director of 3 national award-winning films, founder of Music Boutique. Please welcome Shamir Tandon.
Shamir has done a lot of work for us at Chings, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. So one quick last word here. Out of the box. We started doing out of the box with him. So music was not music for us. It was a lot more. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, Shamir. And now it's time that we thank our partners as well. Presenting partner Laksh Media Group, India's leading integrated advertising agency, building communities and creating impact, powered by Sakal Media Group, print, television, digital, and events. Gold partners, Vertos, empowering digital landscape, and Segmento, the audience dataverse. Can we have the audiovisual on the big screen, please? All right. Before we move further, हम लोगों ने एक कॉन्टेस्ट रखा था इंस्टाग्राम पे जहां पर हमने एक पिंड पोस्ट पे एक टास्क रखा. काफी लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया and now it's time to announce the winners. We have prizes to give. The two winners are the Instagram ID is it's_Birendra02. Biru. Is Biru here? Biru is the winner, and the other one is R_Chaudhary_91. Ria. Is Ria here? All right. Make sure that कि उनके prizes उन तक पहुंच जाएं. All right. Moving on, it's time for our panel discussion. The topic is resilience beyond transactions, how brands build trust in fragile times. Consumers today aren't just buying products. They're looking for reassurance, values, and brands that stand steady when the world doesn't. This panel is all about trust, transparency, and long-term connection. To discuss the topic, please welcome our panelists. And I really hope that you give a round of applause to our panelists when I say the names. Please welcome Mr. Gaurav Kawatra, Chief Marketing Officer, ID Fresh Food. Mr. Kashish Vashisht, DGM Marketing, PR, NPD, and E-Commerce, MMT CPAMP. Lavani Agrawal, VP, Integrated Marketing and Communications, South Asia Mastercard. Tabrez Alam, Chief Business Strategy and Data Alliances, Segmento. Vineet Kapahi, Chief Marketing Officer, Aviva Life Insurance, India. Prateek Gaur, Co-Founder, Footprint. And the conversation will be steered by Mr. Yuvraj Agarwal, Chief Strategy Officer, Lux Media Group. I request all the panelists to please come up on stage.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we are today here with a power-packed panel to discuss a very important topic in today's times. Before we get right into the conversation, I would like to share a small story. So let's go back about the turbulent times that we are living in today. But even at that time in Japan, there was this shogun, military leader, who loved a tea bowl that was very dear to him, and he accidentally broke it. Now he wanted to repair the tea bowl. Now there was no craftsman in Japan who could actually get that bowl together, so he sent it to China. In China, even in those times, there was a shoddy job that was done with the bowl, and it was actually fixed with some metal clamps. So with those metal clamps, the bowl came back. It was workable, but I mean, you could use it, but it was still ugly. So he was not happy with it. Better, again, that broken bowl. So instead of hiding the cracks in the bowl, what they actually did was they filled it with gold lacquer, right? And actually accentuating the breaks in the bowl, right? But that is the art of kintsugi, which is, a Japanese art. And that actually talks a lot about our current times, So it's about the consumer trust, which is shattered, which is broken. How do we fix that? So it's not about, rectifying the bowl, but it's about, filling those cracks with gold lacquer. Most brands spend heavily with big budgets, quick fixes, trying to rebuild that broken trust. But there are some brands that actually stand out. And most of our panelists over here today represent those brands, right? These are the goldsmiths, the people who have actually rebuilt consumer trust again and again. And we are going to learn from all of them today. So we'll dive into this conversation straight on, starting with Kashish. So you deal in the raw material of trust, both gold and silver. In fragile times, people flock to these assets. Why should consumers trust a brand for a commodity they can buy from the local smith?
Yeah, so they should definitely buy from a jeweler nearby. It's not like for us, jewelers are also high contributors in our sales. Consumers should ask right questions. So it's about purity when you're buying gold and silver. So people who don't know what MMTC PAM does, they are the leaders in digital gold, and we also provide physical minted coins and bars. So when you're going to a jeweler to buy gold or silver, you should only ask right questions, which is what is the purity of the gold, whether they are giving positive weight tolerance or there's some negative tolerance as well. With gold and silver, source also matters. Whether the refinery, whether they are sourcing it from another refinery or do they have their own refinery, whether they are accredited by LBMA or BIS or not. So these are the questions that you should definitely ask. If you are able to get right answers, then you should do a fact check and then take a call. It's a long-term investment. It's not like it's a very short-term commodity that you'll buy and sell. It's passed on to generation, and it is very important for you that you buy it right. You take a conscious call only when your questions have been answered. So definitely do a brand quality check so that you are aware what you are buying.
One small follow-up question. How do you remove opacity in the transactions? So as you know, it's a high value category. So consumers have a lot of doubts, anxiety, stress around this decision. So how do you help them remove that opacity in the transaction?
So as a brand, you should be very transparent in what you provide. Everything has been mentioned on our packaging, and we do a lot of education. As a market leader, we are ought to do a lot of educational campaigns where we mention everything, each and everything, and we are 100% transparent from where we source the gold, what's the purity. Even if you want to visit our plant, our stores, it's like living in a window house where you can see everything about the brand. And plus, your customer care, your communication is very important to the consumers. Whenever they have a question, we answer it. I personally spend 30 minutes every day to talk to my consumers, top 10 consumers, and then take feedback. Once you get that feedback, you work upon it so that there's no gap between the communication that you do with the consumers, because that is when you build trust. When you are on the ground, you talk to consumers, then you are able to improve well as a brand.
Wonderful. So that kind of helps build consumer trust. That is what we are here for. So moving on to Gaurav. So Gaurav heads marketing for ID Foods, which is a case study in itself. And just a couple of minutes back, we were discussing about a beautiful experiment that Gaurav's company has done, setting up trust shops. So I mean, that is something which is kind of unheard of in India, where people actually steal from public utilities. They actually put their products for consumers to pick up and pay as they will, right? So that was an amazing experiment that Gaurav and his team has done. So question for you, Gaurav, as ID expands beyond dosa batter, what is your marketing playbook for ensuring every new category inherits the same purity, equity, without diluting the brand core?
See, as many of you would know, ID started its journey as a revolution of clean food, food without preservatives, free food without any artificials. And of course, it started with the dosa idli batter, and then other Indian breads and other category. For a brand to enter new categories or any innovation, I think you have to stay true to its purpose, true to its belief. In ID, we have 3 pillars which guide us whenever we go to a new category or any innovation. One is our products are rooted in tradition, whether it is the Malabar paratha or the idli or dosa or filter coffee. One of the role ID plays is connect consumers with the rich culinary heritage of India. Someone sitting in Lucknow to sip a filter coffee or Puran Poli. So we try to stay true that we bring to your table, to the consumer's table, products which are rooted in tradition. The second important aspect is what differentiates us. Our products are fueled by innovation, and innovation across every element. I'll take one example. He mentioned that ID is a case study by itself. One of the important ID innovation, or one of the landmark ID innovation, was covered in the Harvard Business Case study, was on the vada batter. The product, the humble vada batter, is available, could be made at home, but the biggest pain point of consumers is you can't make a round vada with the right hole inside. It took us ID a lot of back and a couple of years to crack the packaging, which enables even a first-time cook to get the right vada. So innovation could be in product. ID prides itself in innovation in packaging as well. So the products have to be fueled by innovation. And the third and most important one when it comes to trust is our products are elevated by purity. Tradition, fueled by innovation, and elevated by purity. Everything which we do stands true to that. So whether we enter a new category of Indian breads or pancake batter was just recently launched, we hold ourselves to very, very high standards of having a product which is made from the same ingredients which you will find in your kitchen. Nothing hidden, everything is transparent in the packaging, nothing hidden, no artificials. And that is, in Yuvraj's term, the teapot which we've been holding without the cracks. So that is something which you need to hold. And it is an immense trust and responsibility to stay true to that. And whenever we have, or we always stay true to these three pillars of innovation or entering any category. When you're doing that, you don't need to worry about any innovation or new category diluting the brand core. It only builds. India has very rich culinary heritage. There are lots of categories where consumers are looking at clean label products, products which are honest, which are authentic, made without preservatives. And there are many categories we will go, and I think it will only add to the trust which ID has earned and the love ID has earned from its consumers.
Wonderful. Thank you. Let's move on to Vineet for the next question. Yeah. So Vineet, your category, and I think trust plays a very important role in this entire category of insurance. Normally, insurance is typically a grudge purchase, so you don't really want to put money into it, but you have to because you want to be safe. So the question for you is, how do you shift the narrative from fear and uncertainty with the consumer?
You're right. As a category, insurance probably is the most complex of all, and I don't think a lot of consumers really understand, even if they're looking at what insurance to buy. Plus, when you actually want to buy, and by the time you actually have an insurance, because it's not something that you can just buy off the shelf. It's about an individual's health and all that stuff. See, there are multiple things that that we are looking at doing specifically for a reason, because when you buy and by the time you need, it's a long time. And when you need, if a brand is not there for you, then you actually, and actually it's that point of time when you realize that product that you bought is possibly not the right product also.
Right.
Because what you were told, what you were sold, what you bought, and it is all due to primarily because people don't really understand the complexity of the products. We're trying to simplify. We're trying to sort of, and I think especially for the coming generations, if you look at it, people are not afraid of insurance. People don't want these outdated narratives about the products, that's going to do ABC, and we've always been in our posturing to consumers, not giving them a gloom picture. If you really look at what is the purpose that a brand has is with you today for a better tomorrow. It's always a consumer is never going to save money. Save, for example, that after 20 years, I might fall sick or I might have to go through ABC. So I'm going to shift this 1 crore corpus into, they're going to save the money for buying property, by enjoying it. Right? At this point of time, our entire narrative about, the category is about building healthy habits.
Right.
Now, that's something very different from a regular insurance. We have products which basically incentivize a consumer to live healthy. Now, for example, there's something which is in the pipeline which basically says that if you want to walk 10,000 steps on a daily basis, your sum assured is going to multiply in a couple of years.
Right.
Nobody does that. So this incentivizes the consumers to say, if I do it, obviously I give you a smart watch and a tracker and all that to do it. If I do these things, my premiums will not go up, but my sum assured will go up. So brand is being sort of, in my space of telling me that live healthy and I will incentivize you.
Right.
Right. So that's a part. The other part, like I said, pillars of healthy living, you have, physical fitness, mental well-being, you have right diet planning and all that. That's something that we are giving consumers with our term products, which is clearly to show them that we will incentivize you and we want you to live healthier lifestyle. And these are probably, all the nudges that you will get from a brand like us to ensure that, you all this. We don't want, the last thing that somebody wants is that something happens to, somebody in the family, and then tomorrow you have to run around and insurance partner is not there to service you. That's something that we'll do because we will make our products transparent. But the fact is that, can I also incentivize you to live a healthier lifestyle so you really don't have to go through that? That narrative is something that the new generation is also looking at, because they want something which they can touch, feel, understand, which talks to them, which is a point where they believe that this brand is actually helping me do what I want to achieve.
Right. One small follow-up question to this was that how does Aviva stay relevant in a customer's life before a claim is ever made?
Good. So I'll just sort of give you, like I said, this particular product that I was mentioning about. Now, trust, only I buy a paper product, I keep it in my house about 10 years, I need it, and I go to a place and I find that, I've been told that for whatever reasons, it's been rejected, right? So for 10 years, I've believed in a brand, I've continued to pay the brand because I know whatever I have. Now, whether I bought it right now is discover after when I actually go in and cash it, right? So we are in the pipeline of innovating products, and everything I'm talking about is around the product only, because that's the core of what a consumer is looking at. A product which basically says that, and which is across the biggest pain point that anybody in this room can have, critical illness. Because I think it's only critical illnesses which basically, drain everybody of all the resources, which is whether it's heart or any of other things like cancer and all that stuff. You have a premium, you pay that, and at any point of time, at the point of diagnosis, the premium, the sum assured will be given to a consumer. Like a hotel bill is, hospital bill has to be paid, the following rejections will happen. When the first diagnosis happen, the claims will be given to a consumer back so that he can go ahead and do it. Yes, obviously you have to be fit right now. So which means that healthy habits have to come in. There is a strong underwriting process because, you'll have to go through multiple tests to find out that there is nothing which is currently there. But these are the sort of innovative products that we are getting. And I think you will see a slew of those being launched in a couple of months from now.
Wonderful. So let's move on to a very interesting category, Lavani, MasterCard. So priceless is another word for MasterCard. I mean, that really speaks to the consumers. Everybody knows, the brand that you have built, a strong brand. But then, today we have a lot of concern regarding data, personalization, over-personalization, hyper-personalization is what we are talking about. So looking at that as a background, how do you ensure empathy when customers fear being reduced to just another data point?
Thank you for the question and for having me here, Yuvraj. It's delighted to be here at the Pitch Brand Talk conference and being part of this panel. So thank you. I think, we are operating at a time of perma-crisis, I think, right now, with economic uncertainty, digital overload, constant flow of information. And so I think that is shifting the way consumers behave and act quite a bit from what I want to buy to where I invest my trust.
Correct.
That's been the journey of the consumer. And so for folks like us as brand leaders, the job selling to what we stand for. And I think that is where the sweet spot sort of lies in building empathy. At MasterCard, empathy, trust, this is not a communication idea, but actually the fundamental proposition of what we stand for, which is safe, secure, reliable transactions. And, Vinny spoke about well-being. I want to just add on financial well-being as well, which is really the core of what we want to provide users so that you can live a worry-free, hassle-free life when you know that you're protected by safe and secure transactions. So really, when we think about operating, 50 over years of legacy of the brand and the company has been in securing transactions, providing a safe environment to users. The communication job actually is a leap off the product, right? And so for us, what that means today is when we talk to consumers, infusing empathy in communication and choice of ambassadors and the channel choices we make, those actually kind of come naturally. The fundamental remains, are we doing right by the user? Is the promise really heard? And that translates into things like, empowering digital participation for everyone beyond the urban tier 1 users, protecting users from fraud and any kind of malpractices. And then overall, the economic growth of society and the economy. I think when we operate from a principled position, like the communication job becomes for product proposition, that is what we do. So to your question on trust and empathy, for me, actually, that is why we exist. That is who we are. Right. It is making sure that we stand for their financial well-being. And it's not so much about infusing empathy, but really operating with an element of, we're happy to play a part in the vision of Viksit Bharat. And I think we doing right by the user means just making sure that we're empathetic towards them. So it's not a communication idea as much, Yuvraj, but it is the fundamental product core proposition and a 50+ year legacy that we operate on.
Wonderful. We were just discussing about this new innovation that you're coming out with shortly. You'd like to tell the people, the audience, something about it?
Well, I can't talk about it. We're launching it next week entirely. The premise is in evolving alongside the user. So at the end of the day, your payment behaviors have changed from cash to cashless today, and within cashless, like, of course, the UPI wave has converted exactly how we operate. Many of you probably leave your wallets behind, and if you do by mistake, it is not a worrying thought anymore because you almost always have your phone on you and you know that you can always make a payment. And our approach to ride on that wave and ensuring that people are able to leverage their devices. So form factors could be phone or your watch or any kind of tech device, but I think evolving, making sure that we make the product as simple, seamless, intuitive to use is what we're doing. So next week we're breaking something which will use your MasterCard on your mobile.
Wonderful.
And use it very, very seamlessly.
That's awesome. Okay, moving on to Tabrez, the next question is to you. So today, trust today is digital. You know, we are living in a digital world, as we call it, but the data is deeply personal, and there are so many questions around privacy and how we are actually treating data, how are brands looking at data. So the question to you: full personalization of data and invasive targeting.
Great question. I think MasterCard gave the example of trust in the payment, right? Well, see, digital world is all about privacy now. So we have, yesterday only we have DPDP which has come out. We've been talking about it, but hardly anything been done into the digital world so far. I mean, I must admit that, being into the industry for almost 2 decades now. Well, I feel personalization, right? So if somebody is helping, it is contextual, it's called personalization. But if I feel that I've been watched, I've been stalked, right, that is over personalization, and that's the mistake we are making. It's almost like a toddler who's seen somebody clapping and he claps 40 times, which means we have seen one click or a mobile app, somebody searching for a diaper, we realize it's a mother or father who's searching for it. Probably it could be a gifter, right? So we don't know what is the personalization we need, because we act on that signal and we start talking onto the people. So the time we understand that the personalization should be a value rather than is something which is who informed you about this, right? That is what data is, right? So I think it is very important that we all understand the background behind the clicks, behind the the search. Once we have that information, you can suggest the right thing. It's almost like a friend that you love chocolate, right? So he's trying to give you a chocolate, but not looking into your fridge that what you ate last night, right? So I think this is the whole difference. And data is something which is on a privacy way. Since we are talking about DPDPs and all, privacy is a key out here. Without knowing the personal identifier, if you're able to sort of marry the data together, like you give an example, the Japanese bowl, right? I mean, we as a platform, we are like those line in between the broken bowl,
right.
that we try to patch your first party data with the third party data so that it becomes a beautiful product for you, right? So this is what I have to say.
Okay, wonderful. So a follow-up question to you: how can brands use data not just to target but to genuinely assist the consumer?
Well, there's lot of things which are possible, right? We totally rely on, like I said, first party data, and we feel that we know everything about the customer. Like I said, I have an example for diaper. Since we don't know who's behind the clicks, right? Data, if we feel that first party data has all the understanding, but they don't have any 360-degree view of the customers. So by marrying the data with multiple partners, if you're able to build the entire persona of the users, it is going to help you a lot. Me and Gaurav were just talking, right? Before anybody comes to buy ID Foods, right, and product, is aware that this guy loves South Indian products a lot, right? Through certain determined signals, he'll be able to suggest a better product to them, right? So this is how the data is going to solve the problem, but not that it should not be that it's like students sitting in one classroom doing their homework, but at the same time nobody is allowed to take the right. So it has to be in a very privacy way.
Wonderful. So coming to Prateek, last but not the least, I mean, he is full of stories. So Prateek, interesting stuff that you do there. We are seeing a clear shift where people trust people more than logos or brands. As brands try to build resilience, are influencers becoming the new trust bridge between brands and consumers?
I like this panel a lot. Somebody mentioned dosa, vada. They spoke about gold. Gold is the best place to invest. He spoke about fitness. Uh, when it comes to brands and how people trust them, one is obviously the product at the end of the day, as Lamni mentioned. It seamlessly comes out of the brand. The trust always happens to stay over there. If once you go to the brand and your trust is broken, you would probably never go back to the brand. So how many ever interventions you try, whatever mediums you try, the trust resilience will always come from the brand. Obviously, human touch, human intervention, as you're calling them influencers or leaders, whatever you want to call them, has started to play a major role in the last decade. Almost every single brand sitting over here or individuals representing brand in the audience has used influencers across platforms to talk about this. However, brands need to be careful as to how they use influences across when they are looking at building trust. One of the most important things is that that individual should be a user of your product. So I think a lot of sectors have done well. Fashion has done well in that particular categorization, where they have used their users and those users as influencers. And that's when people start trusting that this person is using this particular cosmetic or wearing this particular outfit. It becomes more challenging for brands. Like it could be easily done, I think, in the case of ID, because the product is such that if an individual loves it, can go on to talk about it, it's an everyday usage product. But it becomes a little difficult in case of sectors like insurance. You called it a grudge buy. I call it once or twice in a lifetime buy, when you probably buy one insurance in a decade, or a couple of insurance maybe in a decade. So it becomes difficult for such brands to have influences. It cannot be just go to the market and ask everyone to talk about you. It should also represent, that individual should also represent what the brand values are. So if the brand, if the person is into fitness, talks about running 7 kilometers, walking 10,000, and talks about how he manages health parameters, doesn't skips sugar once in a while, eats more protein, eats more multivitamins, fits perfectly for a brand like Aviva. So it completely depends on how you choose those individuals or influencers to talk about yourself.
Okay, so let's switch over to a jump ball session, where I'll post a question and anyone can take it up. I mean, depending upon your interest in that question. So we've talked about the brands, we've talked about the trust and the values that we're talking about consumers, but then trust is much more and much bigger beyond that. How does your brand, your individual brands, live its values internally with employees, partners, agencies, and stakeholders? Take this up.
I'll probably go. See, trust to me is the cornerstone of trust is authenticity. For any organization to consumer, you need to be authentic with your stakeholders, whether it's your employees, whether it's your distributor partners, whether it's your larger stakeholders. A brand which lives with authenticity inside out, it's very evident in these days.
Yes.
It shines out. There's a aura around a brand which, which lives its value inside and outside. And more consumers are becoming more perceptible to understanding when the brands are speaking to them and when the brands are involving the consumer, making it more transparent for them to see what is inside, not only on the products, but inside the culture, inside the way they treat their stakeholders. So I think it's paramount to do that.
Yeah, see, there's an angle of let's talk transactions also in this, and I think it's extremely important when we're talking about partners that this angle comes in. We've got into something which is known as staggered missions, and the reason we've got into those things is because as a category, financial services, sort of incentivizes you on the first purchase. They just sort of leave you till the time you don't get a new consumer, right? And then you get another incentive. what we started doing is that if a partner, and I think the other reason also I want to mention this is because a particular word in the category plays an important role, I think more so in more of the service industry, which is known as persistency. That how many years does a consumer stay with you, and continues to sort of pay you. What we started doing is we started now looking at staggered margins. So which means that I will incentivize the partner who gets a business to remain invested with the same consumer for the next 20 years. And I'll continue to pay him for 20 years if the customer is still with me. So, there is absolutely no chance of a mis-selling happening when you know that you have to continue servicing a consumer for 20 years. And if there's something going to happen, this is something that we start looking at, to sort of ensure that whether it is the consumer, whether it is the intermediary in between, there's complete transparency, and both of them continue to sort of work with each other for the longest period of time.
You wanted to add something, Lavanya?
Many, many years ago, when I started my career, I was working with P&G, and we had a philosophy in the company. Happy people sell cases. I don't know if any of you have heard that. And really, it was the ethos on which the company was built. If you want to sell more shampoo, more diaper, you got to start from home. Everyone working in the organization must feel for the product, must genuinely want to come into work and do the job. I've been very fortunate to work in organizations that carry forward a similar ethos and philosophy. If we want to come across as a trusted brand to our users, we cannot do that if the internal foundation of the same philosophy does not exist, because then that is not how we will act in the market. And so you asked a question about agency partners, distributors, the network that we operate with. I think for us at MasterCard, it's like a common thread that pulls us together for us. The flywheel, of course, consumer is at the heart of everything, but we work with banking partners and issuers, the merchant network, the regulators, the government large that also helps us get our story out there and do right by users. That entire ecosystem sort of only works if the ethos of trust, familiarity, authenticity, standing, true to what we believe, that is actually carried out. How we do this, of course, cultures permeate through global region, local ways. We're a global organization with a footprint in several countries. So having a common code, having a common language, internal policies, that helps, of course, but culture is also what we carry. So as long as I think we see that, I see this as MasterCard quite a bit, we're truly passionate for what we are doing. We are almost obsessed with the brand and the product, and that shows in the way we go to market.
Wonderful. So we've explored consumers, we've explored internal policies, values, and trust. No conversation is over without Gen Z being a part of it, right? So the younger generation has a powerful authenticity filter. They distrust polish and trust raw truth. So the question to the panel is, perfect brand over? Need to be intentionally and imperfect to be trusted, like that bowl that I talked about.
Hello. So coming to Gen Z, I think by 2028, almost 40% of the voters who will go in 2029 general elections would be the Gen Z category, is what I read a few days back. So obviously it also applies to all the brands, and almost every brand has a strategy for Gen Z. However, the millennials currently have more spending power, but that's going to change in the next 5 years. The decision makers would be Gen Z when it comes to household incomes, whether it comes to making decisions at corporate level, whether it comes to anything they do. So that generation has used online information as an everyday newspaper. There was a generation of us who used to read newspapers every day. They do not. They probably, get their information from Instagram. They probably follow a Twitter thread. They go to Reddit to get something. And they believe in authenticity when they see the source of that particular information. Perfect brands only exist if the information provided to Gen Zs would be perfect and truthful to the brand or what the brand stands for. The brand in this particular case will never be able to escape from making mistakes. If they make mistakes, they have to admit it. They cannot lie. They cannot change the information. They cannot alter the information. It has to be as pure as possible. And somewhere they have learned the idea of verification. I mean, I'm talking about Gen Z. They would probably go to 3 different sources, equally trusting from where they got the first piece of information, and would keep verifying it till they come to a conclusion. And that's a very independent thought. Obviously, it would be influenced from the same generation, but that's where, so perfect brands will continue to exist if they believe that perfection is truth.
Sorry, I would like to add to it is, you have, like he said, you have to be very true to your consumers, and LTV, like all the marketeers talk about LTVs, and Gen Z in future would be the highest spending, will have the most highest LTVs. So you have to ensure that whatever information you're providing, or whatever product you are providing, is authentic, is real, and showcases your brand values, so that once a consumer buys it, it stays for you forever, and which is very important. And the information is passed on like anything. So always ensure that you are true to your customer. And customer service, it's not about just selling the product. It's about any questions that a consumer has, you have to answer them rightfully. If it's an apology, you apologize. If not, then you cater to that consumer for life.
We'll just have a quick rapid fire. Just a couple of minutes.
Okay, so. But thank you, Raj, for conducting this session, and thank you to our powerhouse panel for that grounded, thoughtful conversation on how brands earn and safeguard trust. Can we have a panelist who would like to call upon stage Mr. Atul Srivastava, Group CEO. Our panelist. Please, everybody, group picture. We have a panel discussion coming up. After that, we have a fireside chat. After that, we have a keynote address, followed by 30 under 30 awards and the G1 awards. It's going to be an eventful evening. Thank you for such a detailed discussion on how brands build trust in fragile times. And a big thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Hindi में प्रोत्साहन, English में motivation मिलता है जब आप लोग ताली बजाते हैं. You guys have no idea the power of the sound of clap. So please, when I say the name of a speaker, please give a round of applause. Moving on, we have another panel discussion. I love it. Love it. Thank you. Please keep very encouraging. It's time for our next panel discussion. And today, nothing moves in straight lines. Not consumers, not trends, not technology. This panel explores how brands can thrive in this chaos. To discuss the topic, turning complexity into opportunity with innovation, AI, and communities in a non-linear world. Please welcome Joydeep Basu Roy, Group Head, Marketing, Pernod Ricard, India. Nidhi Rastogi, Marketing Director, Uniqlo, India. Nidhi, please come up on stage. Vidushi Goyal, Chief Marketing Officer, Swiss Beauty. And the session will be moderated by Preeti Murthy, President, Client Solutions, South Asia, WPP Media. Can we have a round of applause to our panelists and moderator? The stage is yours, Preeti.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for having me, eForum team, and thank you to my friends out here. It so happens we know all these brands very well, Joydeep, Nidhi, and Vidushi. Thank you for being here. You know, it's very interesting topic when I saw it, because non-linear, in my mind, I was like, when was anything linear? Right? I think what was linear to me 30 years back was the way we addressed media. Consumer was never linear because they didn't think that way. So when this topic came up, I was reflecting about what exactly, you know, and interestingly, the first thing that came to my mind is the way we consume products as consumers, not as brand marketers. I was looking like a consumer. If I want a particular brand of chips, if it's not there with my local kirana, I'll go to Zepto, Blinkit, whosoever can deliver me at that point of time within 8 minutes before my son throws a tantrum, right? Now, that to me is clearly non-linear, but different category plays it out very differently, right? And each category, each brand has a certain DNA in which how we approach. This question is for all three of you. I think we have today lesser speakers, so we can all chat up a bit more on this, is how market is shifting today and how consumer preferences are shifting. The non-linearity of consumption and brand behavior. How has your brand approached it? And how have you adapted it in the last, I would say, 18 months, not even 2-3 years, but 18 months, because we've seen a rapid shift here. Any of you? Yes, Joydeep.
First of all, thanks everyone. Also, good afternoon to all. So before I start, I talk because I represent a category, a alcohol category, and which is a bit restrictive category. So here is both the functional and the emotional side work in tandem, and it's almost like a triangle. And when the triangle meet, the consumer becomes the advocate. So obviously, and a lot of questions are there. So your ATL should not talk about ATL and the BTL. The communication line should not be should be different, but obviously it should come to for us the brand position. So when I look at the trend, and so COVID was a time when evening nobody has anything to do. So obviously we have seen a big surge in the consumption behavior, and but what it has resulted is that it reduced the tab. That's the first one. Second is the people started looking, the experimentations become very high. So they started looking for the new things. And the third is the experience has now become much higher. So these are the few things which is shifted. And obviously, and the shift is happening very quickly. And the fourth is the third space. So for earlier, the consumptions used to happen majorly in the restaurants or in clubs. So, but now it's also, and the home has become the big space of the consumption. So to all these things, I think the way also the way we try to address and using AI here to reduce the complexity in the and bring a little bit of simplicity to the entire thing, but also be relevant to the consumers and also to the regulatory environment. So two major actions which we have taken, and as one thing is obviously because of the behavioral change, and the consumption change, the pattern, the sales pattern has completely changed. So all the products, it becomes very difficult for us to address. So we introduced a tool which is called D-Star, which is an AI-based tool, which throws back the data so on the availability, and it helps us to increase has helped increase the productivity. So from the conversions data point, so it has increased from 20% to 40%. So that's the one area definitely we have looked. And also the second is that the media fragmentations, that behavior has also come into play in a big way. For that, again, to use, also we are using AI very strongly, both in terms of the BTL and ATL, and this been measured by ROI on the both the front.
Wonderful to hear that, how a ripple effect on the impact on consumer habit change has brought in a business model shift also. And from alcohol, what goes beautiful is fashion and makeup also, because it blends in with the mood. Nidhi, do you see that in how Uniqlo has handled the transition?
Yeah, so Preeti, if I look at fashion and how it has evolved over the years, I think one thing that has happened is democratization of fashion. Right, earlier fashion was only like you'd only be inspired by some Bollywood actors and so on. There was this limited ways of only also knowing and understanding fashion. I think democratization, especially with like social media, so much digital, like democratization of fashion has made fashion accessible as well as equal for all people. And I think that has happened is that everybody in some way, every customer has now also become a fashion influencer.
Yes.
Right? It is no more that everyone is, the individuality has come out a lot more. People are, expressing themselves. Fashion is becoming their identity. And that's where I think Uniqlo plays a very important role in the life of customer, because when I say democratization of fashion, Lifewear, which is a concept of Uniqlo, which basically means we provide clothes that make everyone's life simple. So whether it is someone in Germany, whether it's someone in India, whether it's a 20-year-old going to college, or it's a going to office, we have something for everyone. And this all has fueled by a lot of insights, which we have got from customers. Right, so national insights, international insights, which is where we are also using tools to understand what is the voice of customer throughout the world, and then see that how we can provide the same kind of experience to customers, whether they are in, no matter what part of the country.
Yeah, that I've seen, because I remember when Uniqlo was launched in India, I've shopped before in, say, Southeast Asia market. The experience, the look and feel when you walk into the store, the product range is more or less in line with the trend of that market. Yeah, and it's a very Uniqlo feel which you enter. Now, Vidushi, from a makeup, I think some of it holds true, but the makeup category that you are addressing, and we were speaking about it, how transformative it is on an everyday, the new ways. What's your view on how this non-linear ways of working has impacted your business?
So like I was discussing, I think makeup as a category has never been in any which way, because we are like work. I like to say we are in an industry of shades, and every skin in India is very different from the other skin. What shade works for me doesn't work for you, doesn't work for the other person. So there is nothing called linearity in beauty as such in any which ways. So we will any which ways have to work with changing consumer expectations, changing consumer trends. And in the last 18 months, what has been very massive, how a category which was occasion based has become almost like a regular category by a lot of consumers across India. Today, in fact, when I speak to a lot of makeup artists, they tell me that today in a batch of say 50 or 100 people that they take at a monthly level, there are almost 50% who learn makeup for themselves.
Yes.
And they're not learning it as a professional. So that in talks about the changing trends which are happening. Then when we go into the whole influencer and trends, there are conversations like your undertone, and even Nidhi spoke about fashion. In fact, one of the very interesting trends which has emerged from Korea is that understanding your undertones and what shade of clothes should go with that undertone. Now, undertones was a conversation that we were doing very strongly from a beauty perspective. And today in India, a lot of consumers still don't understand their undertones and what blush will go with that, what kind of a concealer foundation will go with that. And hence, the category has primarily been non-linear. What we are now looking forward, rather than being able to use it at present, honestly, is how AI is going to make this information more easier for the to understand these technicalities and the ability to choose the right shades for their skin. And that's what we're looking forward to from their perspective.
It's interesting because everything is so then and now. We are actually not labeling the shift as a AI led or a tech led because it's happening so fast, right? Is there a way that you're looking at, because there's also feedback from the consumer and then you're learning from the consumer and then looping back into how you implement. Are there any interesting stories between three of you that has got a co-creation narrative that either shifted the product line? I know, I understand Uniqlo is a global brand and there are do's and don'ts, but still you did something for India that was unique to India. Or because alcohol has a universal depth to it, but how maybe you distribute it shifted because of the consumer demand, or how we create a product line to it. Is there some interesting story like that? I know there is, but I would love to hear from your lens how it happened at your organization.
Co-creation is a huge space in beauty. I think a lot of inspiration comes from the creators these days, makeup artists. We work with a lot of makeup artists. In fact, launching a shadow palettes, we look at discussing it with a panel of makeup artists to understand what kind of shades goes with what. In fact, one of the top makeup artists that we discussed with, when they're doing a makeup, how do they need mattes and shimmers in the same palette? So there are a lot of co-creation which goes into beauty as a category. So in fact, happens very regularly for us.
We have, I mean, we have a lot of examples, but I'll give one which is very interesting one. So during COVID, we have this technology called Airism, which basically is it's a moisture wicking fabric. It is made with engineering from Toray, and it's extremely smooth on the skin. So we have innerwear of that category. During COVID, there were a lot of customers who started requesting if we have masks of Airism. So we started getting a lot of social media voice, there were lots of call centers. This was happening at global level and as well as locally. And suddenly there was this, the merchandising team started to see that there is a demand of people actually wanting masks in that material.
Wow.
And that got turned around so quickly. And we had Airism masks, which got launched, which got created, got launched all across the world.
Yeah.
Everybody said they were one of the most comfortable masks.
Yes, I do agree.
There at COVID. And I think that was the power of creating something just out of sheer need from customer and customer feedback, and something which nobody was even thinking. Nobody was even thinking that that's a product they want to create, and it got created. I think that was, just a beautiful.
And imagine the demand supply has to be so instantaneously addressed.
Instantaneously was created, deployed in 24 countries across the
Wow.
world. And that was sort of also our way of giving back to our customers.
yes.
And you're telling them that, yeah, we are listening to you.
So this whole thing about non-linearity ways of working has the merits of without going through the whole chain of a consumer engagement, right?
Yes, exactly. So I think, earlier it was like, oh, we're going to do fixed group discussions. We're going to
Yeah.
have like long discussions. There'll be like 6-month, researches, and then you will go to R&D. But it's not like that anymore. You're getting this real time. You know what the customer is giving you. You can almost instantaneously, be agile, be flexible. That's how, the brands are evolving.
Yeah, both your brands are very consumer first, whereas you also have a huge dependency on trade first, right? So how does this evolve for you in Royal Stag?
So the first is that obviously in the alcohol, because it's a static excise.
Yes.
So everything we do, we need to get an approval. So India is 30 countries. Not a single country, it behaves in that. So pricing is different. But more and more, what is coming is that co-creations. So obviously there is a lag, but the co-creation is coming into the fold. And one of the biggest example, because tequila is a trend now, and lot of the Hollywood actors have invested in that, and that's a co-creation which is there. Even for us, we just launched something, a transparent or a white. So the scotches are always a little bit brownish in color. A white with Ferrari. So so co-creation is coming. But obviously, it will come in a much slower phase because of the restrictions. But where the co-creations come in a very big way is because for us the experience is a big thing, and there, for example, we do a property called Boombox. So it's a mix of the hip hop and melody coming together. And there, what we have done is that we have collaborated with a lot of artists, starting from that's the genre Batsa demonstrate. And there we actually collaborated with them, and we created a lot of the music and music videos, and obviously that gives us the engagement of what we are looking at. So the brand in a different life stages, for us the objectives are different. So if it's in more in the maturity or in that stage, then the considerations becomes more, and hence all these platforms, these passion points becomes more important for us.
Interesting. And obviously this changes some of our marketing language, right? Because of the non-linearity of how we work. And if a merchandising team is ready to bring in, completely new line, or how we address the consumer, or how makeup artists define the palettes of a shade or whatever. But how does iterative innovation then sit in this whole plan of action, and how does the marketing value system of each organization adapt to it? Because sometimes some things are non-negotiable for an organization, right? And when there is an iterative innovation, it tests the limits. Did you see any of that because of this AI and consumer shifts happening in the recent times?
Okay. So one thing definitely, which is the first and foremost, if you look at the searches in AI, so in 2025, the biggest search is the therapy and personal development these are the two biggest searches are there. So lot of things is in the consumer psychology, and obviously we are using this in terms of the positioning exercise. Definitely this been used, Apart from that,
You mean to say alcohol is therapeutic value?
so obviously it's a great companion to have in. So there is a big solo drinking also happens.
So is chocolate and so is beauty, by the way.
And apart from that, I think some distillery in Sweden has tried to. So it has basically, if I look at 4 stage gates for an innovation process, and obviously you need to have the consumer insight, then you have the design, development, and then deployment. So this is how it. So what very interestingly that a distillery in Sweden actually has tried to use AI to develop the blend, the packaging, and also taking the consumer feedback. So it's a very interesting way, and I expect that also to follow in India.
India soon.
India, but yes, India always the struggle becomes because of the large
scale.
The scale, that becomes an issue, but definitely it will come to India also.
Yes, because I think the last 3-4 years we've seen a lot of innovation in the alcohol space by default of the consumer choices. They're traveling more. I think wine as a concept has boomeranged. So has occasions where you will huddle to have connoisseur drink, all becoming a big thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that in India too. Nidhi, Vidushi, do you see such a iterative innovation process coming in soon for us?
So, what's happening is the customers are becoming more and more intelligent. And they are becoming more intelligent, hence they're becoming more demanding, and hence even they are always looking for something new, something innovative. How AI can be used to product innovation, I think, is something which all the brands are looking at and trying. But definitely, I think where it is helping is, or at least trends, as so that can be a start point as to how we change and innovate. We have something called the down jacket, and it does use down feathers. And now there is a big sensibility with customers don't want to use down feather, they want something sustainable. And we got a lot of this feedback, and again, voices, we're always scouring through customer voice. We have a tool which is called Voice of Customers, which keeps scouring through this information, and we realized that this is becoming a concern, and we changed our jackets from having down to to have other fabric, and so that it's more sustainable and it's more long lasting, but at the same time gives the warmth. So these kind of product innovations are happening, and for a brand to be relevant, it has to happen sooner. And at Uniqlo, I think we pride that innovation is at the heart of everything we do. Product innovation, we are not a brand on trends. We are not a brand about fast fashion. We are a brand on giving you best clothing and how we can keep improving it. Yes. Like we have a heat tech version which has come, which has now cashmere in it, which is even warmer. Yes. So it keeps changing. It keeps every year the same product. How can we make it better? And the only way to make that better is if we can hear the customer voice. And that's a constant endeavor. And that's where AI is helping us. That how can we get these voices as quickly as possible.
Interesting.
So how I'm reading this is that for marketers earlier, if there were focus group discussions to basically understand what the consumers need or what are the trends like, or what is it that consumers want these days. Today, in the connected world that we're living in, has moved to a lot of social chatter, and the pace of that has moved to something that we call trends, which we are trying to pick up from various sources. Earlier, these were digital signals and social listening. Today, AI is helping us assimilate that into a little bit more meaningful information. So that's in a way become, at least for us, a feedback mechanism that we've already integrated into our system when we are building the products or when we are even taking in the feedback. So for example, social listening or understanding what the influencer ecosystem is talking all about in beauty. Which shades are they talking about? Which format are they talking about? So for example, few months back, mousse format in lipstick became like a massive thing, and we were like very quick. We were like, okay, we need a mousse lipstick out there. And now in a month's time, that mousse lipstick is coming out for us. Last year we were discussing about that during this October November period, glitter range becomes like a massive thing for consumers to pick up, and hence formats like glitter lipstick and glitter eyeshadows became a launch of a calendar this year. So I feel it's a continuous part, and the frameworks have for the brands also change accordingly, now keeping that in mind.
It's very interesting because anyway, my next question is for you. What I also observe is a lot of so-called film stars, celebrities having their own beauty line. It's a tricky space then to enter and then make it more authentic. And how do you then handle authentic advocacy? Because as a customer, I'm seeing Taapsee Pannu, who's not in the beauty line, right? But the consumer also comes to you saying, I want this, this, this. How do you distill the
tie up with the chef there, with the fitness instructor, with the mental advocate, about what is life for them and what is life fair for them, right? That was the way to sort of localize our product to the community. The other very interesting initiative we have, which is called UTME collaboration, where we actually collaborate with the local artists, which are available at our stores. So, you know, and this is a continuous collection that we do with different designers. So that is the way we try to keep that local connect, you know, with the people of the country, while at the same time the product quality is not, it's something that is, you know, remains the same and is a standard.
Yeah, that's interesting, because so from local connect, Joydeep, to hyper personalization, is that a relevant journey in your consumer segment today, and how are you addressing it?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm talking about very used case. So I also look after a brand called Royal Stack, which is one of the biggest brand, and they are partner to ICC. So when we were doing the last year's World Cup, so 2024, the World Cup. So so Royal Stack is all about success, and is important, and it's also important for us to give that that experience to the consumer. Obviously we also have the brand ambassadors. We have Rohit as one of our brand ambassadors, and Jasprit and Surya there. We carved out something for the consumers, that okay, what is larger than life experience, so they can get and go to the field. So just before the match, they can go see the players practicing. But it's a limited one. So how the challenge was how it can be more personalized, and we can go into across India. So we have done something called a billion films. It gives an opportunity. Opportunity where you take the photograph, and you becomes so AI gen of that entire this thing, and it's one of the obviously ITC has done and we have done, and that this was also part of the Cannes thing.
Yes,
and gave response. So of more down in our fan community, there was an additional, I think, sign-ups are there. So in the long term, it helps the brand, and also it also gives that personalization. So it becomes a tool for us now.
Yes.
So wherever we do, so we use AI and AR in a, so with even AR also is something which gives a huge experience.
Yes.
And we use both the tool very strongly, because for a mass brand to use something to give a personalized effort.
Yes, it's a tough one.
Because recently, for example, we have done something with with some of the celebrities. So we generated and given the greetings also to during the Diwali time. So it's a personalized greetings for
understood. Wonderful. Interesting to hear different perspectives, but how AI and journeys are blending. My last question, I know you're looking at me. My last question for all of you, one by one, if you could actually give some advice which is beyond survival to thriving in a like a confluence of AI, technology, human connection, everything coming together, brand, consumer, what would be that recommendation that'll define a brand's success? Yes, please, Joy.
I think one word if I use is adaptability, and if I dissect that adaptability into this thing is one is definitely innovations or reorganizations, and one you should stay relevant, and also reorganize and responsive. So if I say it's 3 R's are the mantras for adaptability.
Wonderful. Nidhi.
So I feel for any brand, innovation has always been imperative. It's the reason why some brands survive and some brands don't. The only thing, and now we have the advantage of AI. So the challenge for all marketers, for all business leaders would be how we can use this AI to the best advantage and create narratives, create action, create customers, eventually lead loyalty. What so Jyoti, and is that
For me, it's the balance. I think just using AI for the sake of AI shouldn't be the end game. It's still coming up. It's aim for using it for the right things and with the right balance, because too much of it, it's not going to cut it. And using it in the right way is probably the way to go, possibly.
Wonderful, because what I'm also hearing you say that it's a great enabler. It's not the be all end all. Listen to your consumer. AI is just helping me listen faster and then act on product quicker and become a smarter brand engagement journey with the consumer. So on that note, thank you so much for that insightful narratives, and thank you for having us.
And thank you, Preeti, for conducting the session for us. And thank you to all our panelists on stage. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Yuvraj Agarwal, Chief Strategy Officer, Lux Media Group, please come up on stage to felicitate our moderator, Preeti, and our panelists, Joydeep, Nidhi, and Vidushi. Brilliant. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. When trust becomes the real currency of marketing, only a few brands truly master it. Today, in the digital era, we have seen an onslaught of brands across segments. D2C brands in categories such as luggage to beauty and even health. With the new brands looking to grab attention, legacy brands have also adapted to consumers so that they continue to get their share of the wallet. Our next speaker is from one such iconic legacy Indian brand, Dabur, the home of the original Chyawanprash, who speaks on the topic leveraging trust and authenticity to drive relevance and growth. Please welcome Sriram Padmanabhan, Director Healthcare, Dabur, to share how authenticity continues to power brand growth in an era of constant change. Give it up for Mr. Padmanabhan.
Good evening. I think the topic says it all. Driving authenticity in today's age, and I'm sort of to give you an introduction. So I head the healthcare business for Dabur, which is the where the Dabur organization had started almost 140 years back. And for us, it's a bit of, a lot of times it's been a conundrum as to how do you leverage something that you have, but continue to be relevant in modern times. So my topic is going to be on that, as to how we have been looking at this overview, this landscape, and how we have been changing. And I'll be giving you a few examples as to how we are looking at things. So, so why do I call it an authenticity paradox? So it is a paradox. Why? Because we all seem to be, as marketeers, chasing authenticity, but for a lot of brands and for a lot of organizations, it seems elusive. You know, the harder you try to grasp it, the more elusive it seems. And this challenge is very central to us. So how we are building a future by leveraging our past is something that, not just now, but we have been embarking on that journey for a very long time. And that journey is now just only accelerating. So this is something that, to drive trust as a KPI for growth, because it's a bit hard to measure trust. It's very easy to measure quantifiables like sales and no. Okay, so we have all heard of this. There is a 5,000 feet view of of the landscape over here. The consumers are getting more and more skeptical. When we were growing up, there were only so many choices. Now you seem to be hearing almost on a weekly basis some new brand trying to sell you something. And when it comes to information to consumers, you will hear that today you are being told to do something, and then there is some study or some publication 1 month down the line which tells you might be the opposite or not the same thing, what we were told some time back. We have seen the explosion of influencers. We have also seen the rising trend of de-influencers. So who to trust? It becomes very difficult for the consumers. Who to trust, who not to trust? Should I listen to them? Should I listen to her? Who do I really trust? So this becomes a bit difficult. And the challenge with this, marketeers, is that our playbook seems to be broken. We continue to bombard people with information, with messages, but often the interruption is ignored by consumers. We speak about brand purpose, but a brand purpose can really see translating from organizations to the actual reality. And since I come from the world of healthcare, this skepticism has huge repercussions when it comes to healthcare, because the cost of a bad recommendation is not a bad meal. It's a bad health outcome for consumers. And that's the big thing when it comes, which has sort of, creeped in over a period of time, is not good, when it comes from a healthcare perspective. So consumers are confused as to what to do. So now when it comes to trust, I'm sure each one of you in this room not just have heard of the name Dabur, but in some form or the other have had some interaction with one of our categories, extended family. So we have all heard this name. This company started in almost 140 years back now. So there is a lot of, you can say there is a lot of trust, but does it drive relevance? Because there is a bit of a double-edged sword. Can also mean that you are old and outdated. Your responsibilities and the younger consumers may not find us relevant. So this is the central challenge, for us, for companies like us as well, who has spent a long time in this country doing the right things, but now the tides are shifting. So the question to answer is, there is reverence for Dabur. There is reverence, there is a lot of trust, but is that reverence translating to relevance? So that's the central question, that we'll be looking to answer. So how do we go about it? For us, there is no point in screaming authenticity if we can't demonstrate it.